And welcome back, boys and girls. Here we are again on a night like this. With me tonight is Mr. Richard Sauder, a visionary researcher and author who ventures into the uncharted territories of our reality. Good to see all of you out there. My goodness. Let's bring in Mr. Richard Sauder.
Well, Michael, up and down to tell the truth. But thank God I'm alive. I don't take for granted even one day of life. And I do want to mention God because I firmly believe in the universal creator and give thanks. One of the commands of Jesus was people asked him, more than one person, how are we to live? What are we to do? And of course, he said, follow the commandments. Don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, etc. But first of all, praise God. You have to praise God because that's your big power cord to life is God. There is no other. And so that's the first commandment. Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul. And then secondly, love others because we're all fractals, if you will, in a sense, fractals. And that's one of the reasons I, in recent years, have gone out on my way, or actually it's not out of my way, it's in my way. I've gone in my way just to greet people around town, around the neighborhood, walking down the street, going to the market. I say to people, hi, how you doing? Good afternoon, good morning. Hey neighbor, nice to see you. Just things like that. In my own way, I perceive it as greeting the other fractals because we are all, if you will, you ever look through a kaleidoscope? They don't have them nowadays, but they did when I was a kid.
Oh, I remember them, yeah.
Back in the middle 20th century. It's a long tube, and you rotate the tube, and you see all kinds of different geometric patterns in there. It's fascinating.
No, it really is.
I used to love to do that. Kids today don't know that there was some very interesting analog technology back in the 20th century. They think cell phones are quite the thing, and they have no clue what they're missing. But so I conceive of it in that way that each soul created by God, and evidently there are just bazillions of souls, gazillions of souls in the universe, and trillions on this planet, billions on this planet alone. So I conceive of it as saying hello to the other fractals of God that I encounter as I go my way. And in a fashion, saying hello to God. Many of them are completely unconscious. This is one thing I perceive. The majority of humans on the planet today are not conscious, and they're not conscious that they're not conscious. One of the things I do here in Ecuador and other countries in Latin America, and by the way, also in many places, neighborhoods, towns, cities in the United States, there's quite a lot of drunkenness, alcoholism.
Oh, yes. Many people have fallen victim to alcoholism. Many people I know personally have succumbed to it, yes, and millions around the world, right.
It's a problem in many countries. In Ecuador, in the United States. When I was younger, I traveled in Britain. Man, the amount of alcohol they knocked back in the pubs in England and in Scotland, it's crazy.
It's astonishing, right?
That they can even stand on their feet. They'll drink a pint of Guinness, then they'll have a shot of whiskey, they'll have another pint of Guinness. They'll stand there and drink a gallon of alcohol. Well, and they have to go to the loo, and then they come back and they drink some more.
And that's just on a Tuesday.
Exactly.
My goodness, yes, you're right about that.
And then they have the tradition yob culture in Britain, where crowds, gangs of young people just go out in the street and get soused to the gills to where they can't even walk. They're vomiting in the gutter. They fall over and can't get up. You find the same thing in Ecuador, for example, around the universities in Quito. Uh, the kids will come out of there, 20 years old, and sometimes there'll be big crowds of 200, 300, 1,000 people drinking rum, whiskey, vodka, beer, wine, bottle after bottle, liter after liter, gallon after gallon. They just get smashed. Those are the future judges, engineers, businessmen, businesswomen, government bureaucrats, and they're already serious alcoholics.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
Well, the same is true at an awful lot of universities in the United States. What do you think they're doing in the frat houses,
Ah,
in the
yeah.
sorority houses? They're having keggers, and they'll bring a keg in. I don't know how many gallons of beer they have in the kegs, and they'll empty keg after keg. So the alcohol
Yeah, they're
culture,
drinking, they're doing the cocaine,
yes,
the
the alcohol
cocaina.
and
Right.
drug culture is also deeply embedded in university culture in the United States and in Britain. Uh, it's not just in Ecuador, though it is a serious problem here. Um, anyway, you you can ramble around Quito or the town where I live now, and you will encounter drunk men leaning against walls or against utility posts who can't stand upright. Uh, they're barely awake, or they may be laid flat out on the sidewalk or bent over, vomiting in the street. I have taken to talking to them. These men are on their way to hell. Make no mistake. Alcohol and alcoholism are the path to the hell realms. Alcohol will take you nowhere good, my brother.
I
It'll
understand that, yes. I've seen many go down that road and it never ends
oh,
good.
it'll throw you down in the gutter and neck stomp you.
That it will.
So I've taken to talking to these guys.
What they tell you.
Well, first of all, I have to tell them, I have to ask them very loud, are you okay? Are you okay? Because they're not. So first I have to get them conscious to where they'll say something like, no. And then I say, once I get them to understand that someone is talking to them, and I have to bellow at them to break through layers of unconsciousness. And once I get them to the point where I get some kind of verbal response, I sternly command them, open your eyes. Look at me. Open your eyes. I'm talking to you. Look at me. And that can take a minute or two until they very blearily open their eyes and semi focus on this loud voice that's bellowing at them. And once I get them to that point, I tell them, don't drink alcohol. Alcohol destroys the man. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And they'll say something like, ooh, see, okay. And then I said, then I tell them, you have to dedicate yourself to Jesus and his teachings. You know who Jesus is? The Son of the Father. See, see, see. And then I tell them, you have to abandon alcohol. Alcohol will destroy you. You have to pray to Jesus. You have to call on Jesus. You have to say his name. Do you understand what I'm telling you? See? Do you see what I'm doing? I'm telling them, perhaps for the first time in their life, about Jesus and that alcohol is bad because alcohol is so deeply embedded in the culture, whether in Latin America whether in the United States, whether in Europe,
Yes.
whether in whether in Japan. In Japan, there's a tradition of men working long hours and they don't go home. They go somewhere where the geisha girls are and spend an hour, 2, 3 hours sitting around talking with the girls, getting drunk, and then they go home.
Yeah, getting drunk, smoking cigarettes, right.
It's a terrible alcohol is terrible. It just it kills a lot of people, frankly, in many different ways. Alcoholics frequently commit terrible crimes without even being conscious of what they have done. There are many cases where alcoholics kill people
That's right.
and they don't even remember it or know that they're doing it at the time.
And Richard, let me ask you this really quickly, though. In terms of alcohol, do you think there needs to be something done with it? Do you think it needs to be outlawed again, like it was many, many moons ago? Or do you
You
think
know
the
what we
problem
need
is
is
already here and not going away?
it won't go away. Education is required. Um, Billboard campaigns, ads on the radio, public health ads. I wish that Bobby Kennedy would do something like this. He has some positive public health initiatives. Um, he hasn't gone as far as I and many others would like to go, but his hands are tied in a lot of ways because there's big money in these death industries. I mean, multi-billion-dollar money, whether it's big pharma or the so-called junk food industries or alcohol, cigarettes. These are big multi-billion-dollar commercial enterprises internationally. So he's up against big power on Madison Avenue, Wall Street, the Fortune 500. I mean, these are big, powerful entities, and the bloodline families on this planet have their hooks into these companies and industry. Um, so there needs to be a public health campaign with billboards along the highways, advertisements on television and radio and the internet um, for years about the great sinister harm of alcohol, the health aspects, the mental aspects, the criminal aspects. Alcohol is a factor in a lot of domestic violence, beating of women and or beating of men. You know, there are a lot of violent women who mistreat their children and adult males
That's
in their
true.
household. This is one of the big hidden secrets, the presumption that only men commit domestic abuse. No, sir.
No, I've
There
seen
are,
it.
there are a lot of violent women who are very abusive to their children and also to their male partners.
That's right.
Or, and nowadays, there are a fair number of lesbian households with the two women, and where one of the lesbians will be quite abusive to the other.
And you're not
Uh,
wrong about that. Statistically, that has been proven time and time again. I've seen the studies by law enforcement officers, and they will tell you that there's a lot of domestic violence amongst that group of individuals.
yes, female against female, female against male, and female against uh, minors or children in the household. I certainly see it in Ecuador, and I know it happens in the United States. This is one of the great um, bad secrets of modern society that women are not violent. Oh, yes, they are. There are a lot of physically and emotionally violent and abusive women.
A lot of angry women
Millions of
out there, yeah.
there are women who should not have children because they're not decent people. The assumption is if you have ovaries and a uterus, automatically you're qualified to be a mother. Oh no. Oh no. You have to be a good, moral person with a maternal personality to be a good mother. A lot of women are not maternal. They're not gentle. They're not moral. They're highly immoral. They're women who don't know who the fathers of their children are. They remember that they were at a party, the booze was flowing, people were snorting cocaine, and maybe she dimly remembers she went to one of the bedrooms and there were some men coming and going. She doesn't remember exactly what happened, but a few weeks later, she detects that she's pregnant.
This is true. And I mean, it was a big theme early on in the 90s as well as today in modern times. But back in
It
the
happens
90s,
in
you had
Ecuador.
you had all these talk show hosts back in the day. That's what their show was all about. You had Maury Povich. You
Shout
had the
TV.
men. Yeah, you had that trash television, as they're called. You are not the father. You had a lot of that,
Yeah.
and then of course you have in today's world with social media and all these sort of things. A lot of women have multiple emails, multiple phone numbers. All these sort of things, and they all
Let me
do that
tell
as
you, here in
well.
Ecuador, I
My
agree.
goodness,
I agree. Men who don't know if they were the father, women who truthfully do not know who the father is and can't remember
outrageous.
what happened. Oh, it's so common. This is what I'm telling you. Here in Ecuador, I've been here. I'm in my 16th year now. Um, you will see ads and flyers and posters stuck on walls in urban areas. Um, Paternity tests, they're at this address, and you know, one day paternity test, etc. Um, why do we need all these paternity tests? Because because neither men nor women know who the father is. In other words, the society is collapsing. How can you have forget about stable families? How can you have families in any traditional sense of the word at all under these circumstances? In fact, you can't. And society as we used to know it is fast unraveling. We just got millions of women who have no clue who the fathers are of their children
That's right.
and maybe can't find out. Let's say you run a DNA test, but the father is not in any of the medical or police DNA data banks. So you run a DNA test and you don't know who the guy is. You get a report, but you don't know who that is. And
That's
if he
pretty
hasn't
amazing.
surfaced, and if he hasn't surfaced in one of these DNA uh, genetic, what is it, 23andMe or something like that, where you send in your blood or saliva and you get it tested to find out whether your ancestors are from, I don't know, Turkmenistan or Chechnya, whatever. Um,
Yeah, those things don't sound very safe to me, by the way. Sending your DNA to
then get
trace
your
back
DNA
to, yeah,
into a corporate database, you see.
correct.
And law enforcement does use those databases to trace criminal suspects or try to get a near genetic match. And sometimes they get a hit. They get some saliva or semen or hair strand or blood or whatever.
And that's it.
And well, but they get a DNA profile from that. And then they run it through some of these databases. The FBI has a database, there are medical databases, and then there are these genetic ancestry testing outfits. And sometimes they'll come up with a cousin or something like that, and which greatly narrows a search down uh, to a family or a clan. But anyway, we live in this world where a lot of women have children. They have no clue who the father is because they were snorting cocaine or getting hammered, with, I don't know, vodka. Here in Ecuador, they sell fruit flavored vodka, and people drink a liter and a half at a time, man. Just get hammered, laying, laying unconscious on the sidewalk, foaming at the mouth, blowing bubbles. And I come across these people, almost always men, Not always, but almost always. And I have to shout at them to get their attention. And then I talk to them about Jesus, about dedicating their life to Jesus, about abandoning alcohol, about
Right.
pouring alcohol away.
So you give them
It's
these
like
interventions, essentially.
I'm the rare person who will even pass a time of day. 99.9% of the population will step around these guys and go on their way.
That's right.
But you know what? Um, I'm not that guy, either the drunk guy or the one stepping around, because I'm looking at a fractal of God Almighty who was projected in here through the hyperdimensional DNA code into this physical realm, this biological realm.
Right.
A fractal who, by the way, is a human in a human body and has a smidgen of consciousness, which, and it's usually a male, which he is trying to destroy. He thinks he's enjoying his auto destruction, his self destruction. In reality, he's on the way to hell. I shout at these guys until I get them awake. Sometimes they'll struggle to sit up. Um, Oftentimes, they're incapable of sitting up. The younger ones who are more violent occasionally will pop to their feet and want to kill me because you see, alcohol opens the door to the demons. That's why in English it's called demon alcohol. Or another expression you'll hear is that alcoholic spirits.
Right.
You're
The
drinking,
spirits.
you're drinking spirits. It's not an accident that the word spirits is used to describe alcoholic uh, beverages because alcohol opens the door to the demonic spirits. That's why it's called demon alcohol for centuries. So when you drink alcohol and go deeper and deeper and deeper into alcohol, the spirits come in. You're opening the door, and they are ugly.
So are these people possessed, in other words, Richard?
Yes, it's possession. It's satanic possession. This is why the jails and prisons in Ecuador, the United States, Britain, and a lot of places are full of men who have committed, and women in some cases, who have committed terrible crimes and they don't remember. What a lot of people don't know is that I have spent an unpleasant amount of time in jail and a few prisons, uh, not because I'm some dastardly murderer or bank robber or uh, uh, narco trafficker or something like that. I have repeatedly nonviolently protested against preparations for nuclear war on nuclear missile silos in various states of the United States, Arkansas, Missouri, North Dakota, and also at military bases in other states like Georgia and Virginia. And as a result, I've been arrested a bunch of times, handcuffed, chained up, incarcerated in about a dozen different jails and prisons in several different states in the United States, in the CONUS. And, but always on nonviolent misdemeanor charges. Um, but they throw me in. I've been thrown in time and again with uh, serial murderers, rapists, narco traffickers, drug dealers, uh, and alcoholics who've committed crimes. I remember one guy when I was in prison in North Dakota for a nonviolent demonstration against uh, nuclear weapons on the launch lid nuclear missile silo H8 in the nuclear missile field at Minot Air Force Base. This was uh, on April 15th of 2010.
Okay.
I went over the security fence and onto the launch lid of the nuclear missile silo. A half an hour later, um, the military came for me with heavy force. I mean, helicopters, um, res- an assault response squad
They
with
probably thought you were a
dress.
terrorist, Richard.
No, because I called the telephone. I called on the telephone
Oh, you did?
and informed the local newspaper that which nuclear missile silo I was on, that I was conducting a peaceful, nonviolent protest, and I asked them, please call the Air Force and inform them. I don't think the Air Force knew I was there.
I
Uh,
see.
I was just standing there, you see. And then they came out about a half an hour after that. I could hear the helicopters coming from miles away. Wop, 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 wop. Couple, at least two helicopters. And they landed, and troops got out dressed in black with automatic rifles, and a sniper took up a position about 100 yards away, and um, he was the first guy, and he just drew a bead on my head. I was looking right down the barrel of a high-powered rifle,
Wow.
100 yards away. Um, if he got the order through his earbud, you know, kill him, I would have been dead in half a second, man.
That's right.
My head would have
Wow.
exploded like a watermelon. They're very serious. And of course, I moved slowly, whatever those guys told me, on your knees, on the ground, hands behind your back, whatever, hands in the air. I immediately complied. Um, and they, a armored vehicle came out with a 50 caliber machine gun on the top with a soldier manning the machine
I would have
gun.
pissed my pants at that point, Richard.
Well, I didn't. I was extremely calm. And what I want to tell you is,
My goodness. Yes.
when you're acting with great integrity, when you know, or the most integrity you as an individual can muster. And by the way, it's worth mustering integrity.
You're right.
A great calmness comes along with that. I could live then and now with, if they decided to blow my brains out, it would have happened in a fraction of a second. Uh, I would have seen the bullet coming, and I would have thought, "Oh, this is it." It would have only taken like 1/100th of a second, but your eye can respond that quickly. That's why Major League Baseball players can hit a 100-mile-per-hour fastball from 60 feet away. Um, I would have seen the bullet coming, and I would have felt no pain. I would have been out of the body instantly, and there would have been beings waiting for me, uh, no doubt about it. But I was quite calm, and I knew I would either be potentially shot or arrested and incarcerated. Well, the second happened, but the first is always a possibility when you do those kinds of protests. Now, but that wasn't the first and only time. I don't anticipate doing it again. Um, that's what uh, Mahatma Gandhi, called satyagraha, nonviolent, principled nonviolence in the face of systemic evil. And I think we need just thousands and thousands of people to do satyagraha right now. Martin Luther King used a variation of Mahatma Gandhi's technique, satyagraha technique, nonviolent people power. Face down great violence with nonviolence. Could it result in you being killed? Yes. In Martin Luther King's case, it did result in him being killed.
That's right.
Yeah. He also got arrested a bunch of times, and I think about 30 times. I don't know how much total time he did in jails, mostly in the South. but he was arrested, I think, at least 30 times over the years. Uh, and then he was killed. Got to the point where the power structure just decided, you know, this guy is just, he won't quit. So it blew his throat out with a high powered rifle.
They say he was arrested at least 29 to 30 times during his lifetime.
Yeah, a lot of times. For nonviolent protests,
Correct.
which was a variation in the American South in the mid 20th century of the satyagraha technique that Mahatma Gandhi had used earlier, I think in the 40s, in mostly 30s and 40s in India. So, and in my own way, by my nonviolent protest, principled nonviolent, when they come to arrest you, you can't go ape on them, if you know what I mean. You can't start screaming at them and jumping at them and calling them SOBs and that kind of stuff.
No.
You control your mouth, control your emotions, and you go in knowing that you could get shot, you could get killed, but you almost certainly will be arrested and incarcerated in some type of jail or prison. If you can't accept any of those scenarios, then satyagraha is not for you.
That's right,
You
especially in
don't
America.
you don't have the self-control that's required. It requires principled, self-controlled nonviolence. In other words, principled, you got to have ethics. You got to have a coherent message. It can't just be like, F you effing bastards.
You damn
That,
pig. Right.
yeah, that's not satyagraha. That's not. You have to have a principled objective that you articulate clearly. You can't go out, for example, on a nuclear missile silo or protest at a, I don't know, abortion clinic or whatever,
Right.
and be liquored up or smoke a few joints before you go out there. You have to have a clear head, a clear heart, a clear mind, a clear objective, a moral objective, an ethical objective that you clearly, publicly articulate. And if and when the military and or law enforcement show up, and they will be armed, you do not engage violently with them. You control your voice. You're very careful about what you say and how you say it. You comply with, you'll be handcuffed. You'll be chained. You don't say, I'm not someone that you can handcuff just like a stray dog. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. You have to be calm. Nowadays, that's not so not so usual anymore, is it? Everyone's triggered. They want to react. They want to fight. They want to argue.
People want to kill each other.
They want to kill each other. They want to get it on. Let's get down. Let's get it on right now, you and me. I mean,
That's not normal.
No, YouTube is full of those kinds of videos.
YouTube, all social media, yeah, it's filled with fights, people getting murdered. Oh yeah.
TikTok, X, just thousands and thousands of all kinds of conflicts and violent confrontations, including with law enforcement, and where people are just losing it and saying, "Don't ever touch me, you bastard!" And that's mild. It gets so much worse than that. And the jails and prisons are full of these people. If you're one of those people, Satyagraha is not for you. Leave it to the adults because you have not yet grown up. I don't care if you're 30 or 40 or 50 years old. If I just described you and you're one of those people that wants to, okay, man, let's get down. Let's get it on right here in the street. You and me, come on, bring it. If you're one of those people, You're not an adult yet, not emotionally, not spiritually. You have not grown up with a contrary spirit, and you need to seek Jesus
Right.
because, in a sense, your consciousness is alcoholic. The majority of those kinds of people are abusing narcotics and or alcohol with some regularity, uh, which often contributes to these altercations that are all over social media
That's
and
right.
the newspapers and how many TV news broadcasts at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 10 or 11 p.m. start out with, you know, in such and such a neighborhood, you know, there are 3 deaths this evening, regrettably, blah, 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 blah. Police were called to residents on such and such a street. Such and such a street. You can't tell me I'm wrong. It's so common.
It's very common. Yeah, that's the way it leads into every sort of
It's
nighttime talk show
like I
or
said, if
yeah,
it bleeds, it leads,
that's right.
And that's the society. If you're one of those persons, Satyagraha is not for you. And you desperately need to seek higher consciousness. Cocaine is not higher consciousness. Adderall is not higher consciousness. Zoloft, what is it? Uh, Xanax is not higher consciousness. Cocaine is not higher
Yet there are a
consciousness.
lot of Americans out there that are on Prozac, they're on Xanax, they're on all these barbiturates, all these drugs, and they claim that they're much better now. They say, well, I was looking for this all my life. I see more clearly now. Some of these people are led to believe that this is what they needed, Richard. It's
I've
pretty
been
astounding.
and in my incarcerations, I've seen so many guys come into jail or prison for dealing narcotics, being drug dealers, being assassins or hitmen. All they're out there. There's a lot of guys. I just said, like, in the United States, close to 50% of the murders are never solved. There's never an arrest or a perpetrator who's incarcerated because a lot of these murders are committed by professionals. They work for cartels or for satanic organizations. There are a lot of Satanists in the United States, and they kill multiple times.
That's right.
And the smart ones don't get caught. They're really careful. They know about genetic testing. They know about surveillance cameras and ring cameras and all that stuff. The smart ones uh, don't arrange the hits on their cell phone. They don't even carry a cell phone
That's right.
because
Yeah,
a cell phone can be pinged
that's
and
right.
will be, but by the nearest cell phone tower. So they don't even have a cell phone on.
Yeah, a lot of the rookies get caught.
Yeah, they're violent and stupid. The
Right.
professionals are violent but cunning. There's a difference.
Oh, yes.
But anyway, so I've been locked up with a lot of these guys in past years, and they're ruthless, and many of them come into jail or prison or commit their crimes under the influence of drugs and or alcohol. Just to give one example, there was a guy about my age in 2010 in North Dakota. He came into the facility where I was and put one of the cells in my pod or on my tier. It looks like, the jail shows that you see on television with a bunch of cells and then 2 levels of cells and a metal stairway on either end so you can get up to the cells. And then you have a common living area with the stainless steel stools and a table. It's just like you see on television.
In Ecuador, correct?
No, this was in
This was in
North Dakota.
North Dakota. Okay.
I haven't been
Yeah,
incarcerated in
not out there.
Ecuador
Yes, my mistake.
and
I mean here in the States, rather. Yes.
in North Dakota, and um, there were a bunch of guys in there because of alcohol and or because of narcotics in one way or the other. Just a whole bunch. I talked to one young man in his 30s, and I said, just small talk, Hey, dude, by the way, what do you do? What kind of work do you do when you're on the outside? And he said, I'm a drug dealer in his 30s. That was in 2010. That's all he had ever done. I just described a huge chunk of the young men in the United States. His case is not unusual. You can go to jail after prison all across the United States, and you will find just thousands of guys like him. They've never worked. They're semi-literate, and all they have ever done is dealt drugs. Chicanos, white boys, black guys, Native Americans. The crime in the United States is through the roof. Even more so now than it was in 2010. And then another guy came in there. He was my age, like a middle-aged guy. He was 55 then, and he'd been brought in either by a state trooper or by a county sheriff's deputy for driving under the influence. And I walked around and around with that guy, up and down the tier, and then also out in the yard, just going around and around for hours, day after day. That that effing cop, he's ruined my life. Now I got a jail record, blah, blah, blah. And after days of that, hours of that, finally I rocked him back on his heels and I said, you know what, man? Did you ever consider that cop might have just saved your life or kept you from taking someone else's life? Like driving head on into a utility pole at 70 miles per hour or head on into a vehicle coming towards you in the other lane because you would have crossed the line, maybe killed yourself and or other people, and that maybe you would have either been dead or you would have killed other people and survived and be facing a vehicular homicide charge right now. I think in North Dakota they'll give you like 10 or 15 years for that. He had no answer for that. That had never occurred to this stupid alcoholic. That maybe in arresting and jailing him, the cop who handcuffed him and brought him to that prison was saving his life and the life of others. It's a little like Mr. Richard shouting at these drunks on the sidewalk here in Ecuador. I am quite sure, because thousands of people listen to your broadcasts, am I correct?
This is true.
That in your listening audience, there are people who resemble this remark that I'm making. Alcohol is not your friend. Get rid of it. Pour it down the sink. Never touch it again. It's nasty. It'll bring you down, may kill you. It may lead you to kill others. There was another younger guy who came in, and same thing. I walked up and down the yard. It's just like in the movies, you got the recreation yard. You're on the tier in your pod. I just walked around with this guy for hours. He was also in there because of alcohol. His wife wouldn't even let him see his children anymore. She had got a court order to prohibit contact between him and his children because he was an alcoholic. His bad influence on his own flesh and blood. If you're an alcoholic, you shouldn't be around children. And so she got a court order for that. And he was like, my wife, man, blah, 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 blah. I just let him talk. And then The charge for which he was arrested, he drove his car right through the front door of a public building in the middle of the night, the wee hours of the morning. You know how a lot of buildings have they'll have a big glass windows and doors on the lobby,
Right.
and then inside there'll be a receptionist desk and that type of thing. He drove right up the steps and smashed through the doors and the windows and everything until his car came to rest against the interior walls, right? With the engine running. This was in the winter. He didn't wake up until there were a couple of law enforcement officers who came out, responded to the incident, and were banging on his driver's side window, trying to get him to wake up so that he would either lower the window or open the door and turn off the engine. That's the first clue he had that anything had happened. Can you imagine? That's why he was put in jail and he was facing a couple of years in state prison for destruction of driving under the influence
I could believe it.
and destruction of public property. It was the building belonged to a government agency,
Understood.
and but he had no memory. Didn't even know he was driving. Didn't know he was in his car. He said, when I woke up and saw there was a policeman with a big long flashlight banging on the window trying to wake me up. And he said, I didn't know who he was or why he was doing that or where I was or what had happened. Now, I just described thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people who commit crimes that land them in jail and or prison, and they don't have the faintest clue. They go to trial and they don't even remember. They'll
Yeah.
say things like, if you say so, Your Honor, because frankly, I don't remember a thing.
No recollection, right.
That's what alcohol does. It's destructive. Now, so I spent a lot of time in jail, including the serial murderers, hitmen for various criminal mafias, which I will not mention. We're in hell. So I come across these fractals of God lying on the sidewalk down here, and I talk to them about Jesus. I engage them in a dialogue. I break through their drunken stupor enough to confront them with Jesus. Do you know who Jesus is? Yes. We need to dedicate ourselves to Jesus and his teachings. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Okay. Because you're on a path to hell. Alcohol will take you to hell. You understand what I'm saying? You have to dedicate yourself to Jesus and follow his teachings. And I'm telling you, Michael, that's the truth. You're either going down or you're going up. Because alcohol and cocaine and all this other nonsense or affiliation with criminal gangs, and there are a lot of them in Ecuador, but you know what? There are a lot of criminal gangs in the United States as well. And many people are associated with these gangs.
No, this is true. And sometimes these people in these gangs are in uniform as well.
Exactly. They interface with the cops and the various government agencies at
Yeah.
all levels. I read an article in a Texas newspaper, had to be before I left the United States. That was maybe going on 20 years ago. And he said, you know what? He was in one of the narco cartels that operate along the Texas-Mexico border.
Ooh,
And
okay.
he said, you know what? In the United States, on my payroll, I have county sheriffs and sheriff's deputies working for me. I have judges and prosecuting attorneys working for me. And when I need to call in a favor, they can make a criminal charge go away, or they can make evidence like uh, bricks of cocaine disappear. Just something goes to trial, and the court orders the bailiff to bring in the evidence, and he goes to the securely locked evidence room, and then he comes back and tells the court, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, but there's no evidence." What do you mean there's no evidence? Well, Your Honor, I looked everywhere in the evidence room, and it's just not there. That's how the system really works, is what I'm telling you, Michael. And it's not only in Texas, it's in Louisiana, New York City. Um, Law enforcement in Los Angeles is notoriously criminally corrupt. It has been for years. And all across the United States. Houston, don't go to Houston, man. Stay out of Houston. Stay out of New Orleans. Stay out of Miami, etc., etc., etc. It's just a cesspit of criminal corruption from sea to shining sea, and has been for a long time. Now, as I said, for a long time, I wanted to uh, do a shamanic vision quest. And when I was released in July of 2010 in North Dakota by the feds, I decided to travel around the country. And I could see then the collapse had begun. I mean, serious collapse. I felt in danger for my life on the Greyhound bus. And I'd pull into a bus station, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, Springfield, Missouri, Chicago, Rochester, New York, Albuquerque, Amarillo, Texas. Boy, I watched myself like a hawk, because I could see there were dangerous people all around me. And this was in 2010. I remember being in the uh, Greyhound bus station in Amarillo, Texas. And while I was there, the feds, some federal agency, I don't know which one, came through and ordered uh, the Greyhound bus personnel to open all of the cargo areas beneath the seating area down on the first level of the bus. And they physically went through the sniffer dog and the handler in uniform. I don't know what agency it was, some federal agency. And the handler and the dog climbed over through all the baggage and everything that was down there. And then they went on the bus, all the passengers off the bus. And they went up and down the aisle inside and examined things overhead. And that was 2010. I think it's a lot worse now. I could see it just getting bad, riding around for thousands of miles all over North America. I knew I would never be back. And when I got down to South America, I I drank ayahuasca
Okay.
with two different shamans, and I wanted to do that for a long time. One of my degrees, I have multiple degrees, and one of them is a master's degree in Latin American studies. Latin America has been an interest of mine since childhood. I mean, when I was 10 years old, I went out of my way to get two books. One was on the Mayan civilization and what is now uh, southern Mexico and western Central America, and the Inca civilization in the Andes Mountains of South America. And what do you know? Here I am now living in what used to be an Inca province 500 years ago. And
So you are where you're supposed to be, is what you're saying.
oh, this area of the world was an interest of mine in childhood. I probably came in programmed for this. And in my academic studies, and in my travels, I traveled widely in the southern, southeastern Mexico, and also in Guatemala, which are the ancient Mayan territories from 1,000 years ago. So you could say we all come in with programming. We're not a blank slate. We have genetic programming, we have mental programming, we have soul programming. People think, oh, you come in, you're just raw as can be. Nope. You come in with programming at a subconscious level, at the least, a genetic level. And there's some people who remember their programming as children, and even babies, they remember quite a lot. And um, so I ended up, I'm one of those people in a way. So I ended up doing a degree in Latin American studies. And then I now live in the Andes Mountains in South America.
Very nice.
So I came down here, and my first month in Ecuador, I did a 2 multi-day sessions. One was 1 week long, the other was 10 weeks long. 2 different shamans. And ayahuasca made very clear to me that I was not and am not to return to the United States. Michael, it is a wicked place. It is the devil's playpen. It's his athletic field, if you will, where he plays his favorite sinful sports, which are murder, rape, kidnapping, human sacrifice, blood drinking, and organized crime, criminal corruption in government and business, drunkenness, drug addiction.
Everything,
Just
yes.
tell me the United States is not eaten up with all of those things I just mentioned.
Well, you're not lying. It is. That's a major problem here in the United States. Some would say this is Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, a lot of the Christian prophets are saying that Jesus is telling them that. If you go on these Christian prophetic forums on the internet, there are people saying that Jesus is saying that. And in fact, in one of my ayahuasca sessions, unbidden by me, ayahuasca just showed me that Las Vegas, Nevada, the part of Western Tennessee, including the Memphis, Tennessee area, but not only
Yeah.
Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, and Miami, Florida. Those 4 places are special points of almost pure satanic wickedness. Now, anyone, and I've woken up a lot. See, I've been here for 16 years, and that's been some years ago when that revelation was given to me by ayahuasca. And when it did that, I vomited, man, because it was so, what is happening in those 4 cities is so vile. Not only in those 4 cities, but ayahuasca called those 4 specific municipalities and or geographic areas in the coast in the United States, continental United States, to my attention. Las Vegas, Nevada, Memphis, Tennessee, in the area of Western Tennessee, right? Including the Memphis area. New Orleans, Louisiana, and Miami, Florida. That those places are so satanic that pure evil resides there. It's just, it's as if Satan himself or itself has set up shop there. So that's what ayahuasca showed me. And There are a lot of Christian prophets and visionaries who are being shown um, by a being they identify as Jesus. They say, Jesus showed me this, he told me this, that the United States factually is not Sodom and Gomorrah, worse than Sodom and Gomorrah.
Worse, my goodness.
The human trafficking is just off the charts in the United States.
It really is. No, you're not wrong about that. There's over
There-
800 bases around the world for all, some say all
well, look at
guilty
the
of doing
look at the
human trafficking. But that's another story.
a lot of them, global human trafficking, um, organ trafficking. Evidently, the feds have underground bases. You ever see the Resident Evil films or film?
I have, yes.
Well, I mean, the basic premise is with this hideous underground secret facility that's doing some kind of vile genetic or biological engineering. Am I correct?
You are correct.
And that I'm telling you, with that film, Hollywood is showing the general public what's going on. That and much more. There's not just one place like that. There are many such places. And that's one of the reasons the Russians went into the Ukraine to disrupt that, because the CIA, the Nazi Party, and the Satanists have set up shop in Ukraine, and they are vile. There's really no clear dividing line between the CIA, the Nazis, and the Satanists. Many individuals would be both a Nazi and a CIA asset and a practicing Satanist.
Right. We call those the satanic Christians is what we call them, Richard. Not all Christians, but the ones that are in charge, the ones that are politicians.
Let me tell you, that brings up, I've watched a lot of these near-death experiences.
Right.
And nowadays, AI is flooding out a lot of fake videos.
A lot of AI out there, yeah.
Including fake AI near-death experiences. So you have to be very discerning when you watch these videos. If you detect an AI voice, AI graphics, that kind of thing, be very wary. You want to get something from a real human.
You're right
But
about
I've
that.
watched a real truthful human. But I've watched a lot of these, and some of them have said that Jesus is saying most so-called Christians will not pass, shall we say, the pearly gates sniff test.
I have to imagine that. I would say that's very accurate.
They won't be let in. In fact, you read in the Bible where Jesus said, towards the end of his physical life, a couple of thousand years ago, many there will be in that day who will come to me and say, Jesus, remember me? And he point blank says, no, I'll say to them, no, I don't know you. Get out of my face, out of my sight, away from me. Because there are a lot of posers out there. Just millions and millions.
You're not wrong.
And so that was among Jesus's final teachings, that, by the way, you, people, humans,
Fractals.
Fractals, yes, divine fractals. We are an endless variation on the divine template, which just can mathematically, if you will, using sacred mathematics, just pump out endless, infinite variations on the same theme. And the master template, of course, is Jesus Christ, who has pure human DNA, or the purest human DNA on this planet ever. And so that's why When a lot of people hear Jesus' voice, present company included, when Jesus' voice is instantly familiar, like your family member, your mother, your brother, you instantly, you know that guy. It's like you've talked to him for 5 hours every day for 58 years. You know that guy. And the reason you do is because he is a perfect genetic template. And if you're in a human body, a big chunk of your genetic code resonates with Jesus at a genetic level. You understand what I'm telling you?
Absolutely.
It
You're
sounds
right.
like he's your blood relative whom you know very well, because in fact he is. He's perfect human DNA. And if you're a human being and you have human DNA, a huge chunk of your DNA is just like Jesus's. And when he communicates with you, if there's resonance there, it's going to seem like, man, I know this guy. I've known him for decades. I've always known him because he's the perfect human DNA template. He's the pattern. He's the pattern. And that's why I talk to these drunks and why I'm talking to you and your listeners. You got to talk to Jesus because in the end, he's got to recognize you. And he's got to recognize that you want to know him. You want to resonate with him because the alternative is you don't
Not
want to
so
know the
good.
alternative.
Right.
You don't want to know the alternative. Far better to resonate with Jesus. That's why you pray to him. That's why you chant his name. That's why you talk to him about anything so that he knows your voice, that he knows that the human DNA that's in your genetic code wants to resonate with him, the perfect human genetic template.
And Richard, I got to ask you, what do you make of the politicians, though, the ones that use God and Jesus, and they use it as a sort of shield of sorts, as a weapon of sorts?
They'll be going down, man. Trump is one of those who, in recent weeks, was publicly musing to the press, I want to go to heaven. I hope I'll go to heaven. I'm sorry, man. You cannot do the things that these cats do and go to any place where higher consciousness resides. You'll be going down to a very low vibratory realm called hell. You cannot authorize strikes against Palestinians with 2,000-pound bombs that you order to be shipped to Israeli defense forces to be dropped on hospitals, on schools, on men and women, on babies, on old people. You cannot do that and then say, well, I hope I go to heaven. I want to. You won't be. You won't be going to heaven. And then you unleash ICE like happened yesterday in Minneapolis. The woman who was shot in the street, in the face, by an ICE agent.
And in the head. Right.
Yes, I've watched the video. Um, Contrary to what Secretary Norm is saying and Donald Trump is saying, and the ICE supervisor in Minnesota is saying, the woman who was driving the car, she didn't try to kill anyone. Obviously, transparently, was trying to get away from people who were pointing guns at her and trying to physically yank her car door open. She was in fight or flight mode, and she tried to flee, and they murdered her on the spot. I wrote about that on my blog.
I saw that, yes.
Which is, by the way, for those who are listening, it's richardsauder.substack.com. In my opinion, that's what is called homicide or murder. Doesn't matter to me that it's done by a federal agent. I said on my blog that, in my opinion, law enforcement in Minnesota should urgently track this officer down, this agent down, and arrest and incarcerate him, her, or it, because let's face it, there are a lot of trannies in the agencies too.
That's true. We never know.
Well, you don't. They're wearing winter clothing with masks and caps on. You don't know who's in there. Or it could even be an ET with a rubber mask. You wouldn't
That's
know.
right. You never know. Could be
Don't
anyone in
worry.
there under that skin human suit there. You never know.
Might not even be a human suit.
That's
It might
right.
just be, uh, CIA has advanced silicone mask technology
Yeah.
that's indistinguishable
And
from
Richard, I got to ask you this. I've been saying this on the program for many, many years now. I've been saying for the longest time about 75, maybe even 85% of people in the United States are perfectly possessed and perfectly brainwashed.
if not more. One of the things that ayahuasca during my many ayahuasca sessions, and I know there are a lot of people who say ayahuasca is of the devil. Well, you know what? Maybe your local church is of the devil, or your local Freemasonic lodge, whatever, or your local military recruitment office.
Yeah, look at those pastors, by the way, the Kenneth Copelands of the world. They look satanic. They look like they're possessed by some sort of demonic entity.
Let me tell you, ayahuasca one time just started giving me a telepathic download, and this is common with ayahuasca. It's seamless. It kind of does a Dr. Spock, brain lock with you, mind to mind brain lock. It's just seamless.
Very powerful tool.
Yeah, it is. You're dealing with a consciousness, a plant consciousness in this case, that is much larger in scope than the average human mind.
And much older.
Older, vaster,
Wiser.
wiser, dispassionate, man. It's not really emotional. If it's emotional, it'll be at a lower level. A lot of people drink ayahuasca, they come down to Ecuador or Colombia, Brazil, or somewhere, Costa Rica, and they go to a center, shamanic retreat center, and they drink ayahuasca, and they have a bad trip.
Yes.
Well, you know what? In many cases, they're seeing themselves for the first time.
That's right.
Ayahuasca is not doing anything bad to them. They see demons and big snakes that are trying to eat them, and et cetera, et cetera. Wild animals that are trying to rip them to pieces. In many cases, I wouldn't say every case, but many cases, these people they've been using all kinds of dope. They've been snorting cocaine. They've been screwing around, sexually, physically, literally. And we all have sexual desire. I'm not knocking sex. It's the way we all got here.
Right.
So it has its divine function. Without it, I wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Correct.
So hear me clearly. I'm not saying sex is bad, and almost all of us have natural sexual desire. It's in our DNA. It's the way
It's
it is.
natural, yes.
Yes. So I'm not saying that is bad, but I'm saying if you go out of your way, and many people do, to sexually abuse others, children, adults, animals, a lot of sexual abuse of
A
animals
lot of bestiality in America and around the world.
around the world. If you've dedicated yourself to, just getting hammered week after week after week, if you're dishonest on the job, if you're a backstabber, and on and on and on, and that's true. I just described a lot of people, man.
You sure did.
And I'm sure I described some people listening to this show.
Absolutely.
And I'm not here to condemn you. Um, Jesus really didn't condemn either, and Jesus wants us to be like him, not to be him, but to be ourselves like him.
Praise the
I
sinners,
can't,
Richard. Yes.
I can't be Jesus. I'm Richard Sauder. I will never be Jesus. I shouldn't want to be Jesus, but to emulate him and to take big clues from his example. Oh yeah. Should I murder? No. Did I steal? No. Etc. Etc. Did I praise God? Yes, because God created me. Should I endeavor to love other people? Yeah. Um, Even guys who are flat out drunk in the street and they're so hammered they don't even know their name. Should I talk to them about Jesus? I'm not there to condemn them, but if I can, I want to help them step up out of the gutter and clutch for higher rungs on the shall we say the ladder, Jacob's ladder to higher consciousness, if you will.
I like that. Okay.
And I can't just ignore those guys and say, well, this is it's not worth my while, and he's out of it, and I'll just step around, try not to step in his piss, and just go on my way. No. Remember what God asked Cain, where's your brother? Well, God, I don't really know. Don't tell me that. His blood is crying out to me from the ground. Don't you talk back to me. Is that not the scripture?
Last time I checked, yeah.
So, what did he say? Am I my brother's keeper?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Factually, yes, you are. So don't get your back up with me. Now, so the thing is that people come down, and I've seen this, to South America to drink ayahuasca, and then they have a bad trip, and nothing happens. Nothing. You see, when you drink ayahuasca, about the first, it'll be at least 20 minutes, maybe as much as 45 or 50 minutes. But let's say on average, maybe half an hour or so
Yeah.
or longer, nothing will happen. You'll have nausea, initially tremendous nausea, and you'll have to struggle to keep from just projectile vomiting and hurling it all back up because your body's reacts.
It's fighting it. Yeah.
It's strong stuff at a basic physiological level. Your body wants to get it out of here, man. Just whatever that is, get it out of here. But if you keep it down for a while, and it can work its way out into your organs and tissues and bloodstream and brain and various spiritual chakras and centers in your body. Then after a while, the visions will come, telepathic downloads, and they can be quite intense. They can lead to intense vomiting, really intense vomiting. And so people who are not prepared or who don't want to handle it or can't handle it will say, that they had a bad trip. No, ayahuasca was showing them the truth,
Yes.
either about themselves or about this planet, about humanity, and they couldn't handle it.
Exactly.
They didn't want to admit it. They didn't want to deal with it. They rejected it. They refused it. And that's why they had a bad trip,
Yes.
because they couldn't integrate it, didn't want to integrate it, wanted to rebel, inwardly got their back up against it and said, well, that's bad. Well, maybe in some cases, and I'm thinking in a lot of cases, ayahuasca is merely showing the person, this is who you are. This terrible, ferocious wild animal with sharp fangs that's showing up to destroy you is Where's your life going, man? Because this is what you're doing to yourself and to others. What about this? You're a vicious, violent, murderous, vile person. This is who you are. It's right in your face, and they can't handle it. Or it'll be a great big snake with huge fangs that's coming to just uh, kill them and suffocate them and eat them and swallow them alive. And they're that person.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that have had these sort of experiences with even the milder sort of hallucinogens out there. And they'll have a
Yeah,
quote unquote bad trip, even with marijuana. They'll have a quote
e-
unquote bad trip. And
exactly.
oh, yes,
Exactly. And that huge, bad, violent, murderous, savage snake that's coming after them, and they're shitting themselves. They're on the floor, curled in the fetal position, just crying and shrieking and screaming. Um, Ayahuasca showing that's you, dude. That's what you're doing to your children, to your wife, your girlfriend, your coworkers, etc. That's you. Handle it. You're that evil snake. That's what you're letting loose in other people's lives.
right. And many can't face the truth and they can't face it. It's too much for them,
Can't handle
Richard.
it. Can't handle it. Uh, In my perception, my experience, ayahuasca is very honest, is also very direct. If you're not a friend of the truth, well, ayahuasca will introduce you to the truth.
That's right.
Um, Ayahuasca also showed me, um, in addition to showing me the totalitarian control system, societal control system, it's being put in place right now. Peter Thiel, Donald Trump's multi-billionaire friend, with the Palantir
That's right.
surveillance technology, that's being integrated into society in multiple countries all around the world, into satellite technology, cell phone technology, these surveillance cameras that are all over the place, on shopping malls, street corners, freeways. It's the same in Ecuador and small towns and big cities. And also in the United States, there's license plate readers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're everywhere.
It's a surveillance world now, yes.
Well, it's going totalitarian. All of this is being fed to the AI supercomputers and the data fusion centers. And they're popping up like mushrooms everywhere. Ecuador is a poor country in South America, and we're even starting to have them here. Um,
Oh, yeah. All of these are happening around the world, and
the,
it doesn't look very bright in America and for the
no,
rest of the world.
in other countries, Palantir signed a contract with the government of Ecuador. Um, it's, it's Ecuador, it's the United States, it's European Union, even worse, I think, in places like France and Britain and Germany, Switzerland, etc., Belgium,
It's getting
the
worse.
Netherlands.
It's going to get worse. And not only that, we'll also be going through the whole social credit score, just like China is.
Yeah,
That's
well, that's the
coming.
intention. That's the intention. This is where Satyagraha comes in. Um, Principle, nonviolent resistance, not principle, nonviolent, non-compliance. Where you may say, "Well, I might get arrested for that." Yes, you might, but you know what? Once you're in this totalitarian AI system, it's going to be worse than being in jail. The whole world will be a jail cell.
And that is what I fear the most, Richard.
Well, see, the thing is, if you're not man enough, if you're not woman enough, or you're not transsexual enough to actually have principles, not not the little whiny uh, crybaby principles. I mean, real grown-up adult principles. If you don't want to be a slave in an AI social credit score compartment that tells you, you know, how many bags of macaroni you can buy, or how many slices of pizza you can have, or how much water you can drink, or how many times you can flush your toilet, etc., or whether you can travel to the next town in your county, etc., or whether you can even have a bank account, or if you do, how much Bitcoin or whatever electronic currency you can have in it. If you don't want to end up like that, then you got to stand up on principle terms. You got to have a clear statement that you articulate to law enforcement and to others, friends, family, colleagues, neighbors, people you may communicate with on social media or on the internet, or maybe you'll be interviewed on television or radio. You have to be coherent, you have to be lucid, you have to be principled, and you have to be nonviolent. You can't start calling people MFers and saying fuck you and all that kind of stuff. You can't do it. You have to, first of all, control yourself. If you have something to say about the betterment of society, you first have to be a better person yourself. Is that not logical?
That's pretty straightforward, yes.
And so, if you're going to be an agent of change in the world, you first have to be an agent of change in your own life. And this is at a real basic level. Um, Imagine what a being like Jesus feels like when he's walking around on earth. Can you imagine that high of a consciousness? Uh, Gotta feel awfully strange. Um, Somewhat like me shouting at these drunks to wake them up and shouting at them to open your eyes, look at me, look at me. Now, and I'm not Jesus. I mean, Jesus, people say, I'm the real deal. No, 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 no. The real deal is very rare. And that would be someone like Jesus. And when you communicate with Jesus or have an interchange with him, um, you know that you are dealing with someone way off the end of the bell curve. I mean, he puts the extraordinary in extraordinary. Just um, all full in the sense of full of all. That's the original meaning of the word awful. Full of all. You will be full of all, and you'll think, man. I was talking with a super Christian a number of weeks ago, and she told me, well, I've been reading the Bible my whole life, and Jesus has never appeared to me. I've never seen him in a dream or heard him speak. And I said, well, maybe you need to go a little bit deeper into the Bible. That was a novel concept for her. We're back around to the fact that a lot of these near-death experiencers are saying that they're being told by Jesus that the vast majority of Christians aren't really Christians, that he doesn't know them.
That doesn't shock me at all.
And this lady, well, I've been reading the Bible for years, Richard, and I've never seen Jesus. He's never said anything to me. Oh, yeah? Well, why not? You say you're his follower, so why not? Went right over her head. Now, people know me best for my underground bases and underwater bases.
Some would refer to you as the godfather of the
except
underground
that
movement, yes.
almost no one interviews me. And very few people buy my books. But when you go on, you see on these television shows, like on the History Channel and the various. There's just been a proliferation of podcasts on YouTube and other uh, social
Well,
media.
those are all friends, though, Richard, by the way. These are all friends of each other. They have these little circles and they just sort of circle
Yes,
around each other.
a lot of them. I won't say all of them, but a lot of them have agency ties of, or are have ties to the BBC or CNN or something like
And
that.
this is a fact, right?
Yes, um, a lot of them. I could name some right now to
We
you if you
like
want.
names. We love names. Go ahead.
Well, I won't because a
Oh,
lot of
you
them are
won't?
a lot of them are very litigious. But some of
Well, I
the
mean,
biggest.
you're in another country. I think you'd be safe if you named a few names.
Listen, um, I was almost killed in on December 6th of last year, and I ended up being hospitalized and was released from the hospital on the 20th of Jan.
Was this the hit and run?
Well, that was no, I was run over, hit and
Oh,
run
you
in the
okay?
street on the 6th of December 2024.
I see.
So it's a little over a year now, and
Yeah.
then um, I was hurt so bad, I ended up hospitalized for weeks and was released on the 20th. I couldn't even stand up. Um, it had been 6 weeks, and I took tremendous damage. The car ran right over me. It was a completely black car. It hit me, and I found out about it when I heard this tremendous whoop. It's really loud. And I thought, what's that? And I instantly realized it's the sound of my body being impacted by a black car. You see all of it happen in like 100th of a second, maybe. The sound traveled to my brain faster than the pain signals did from my body. Because your ears are right there next to your brain, right? And so, and then I have total amnesia for a brief instant. Um, Absolutely don't remember what happened after the huge, loud whoop. And then I was on the pavement and the car was passing over me. So it clearly struck me, flung me ahead some distance, and then kept going, did not brake, did not stop, continued on, ran over me, and then left the scene.
Yikes,
Oh, yeah. Life is cheap.
man. Yeah, that's pretty.
Uh,
That's pretty outrageous that you got ran over like that, my friend. It's good that you're
not, not,
alive, though.
not the only one. There's a lot of murder, murder in Ecuador. And last year was the bloodiest year in Ecuadorian history in terms of murder rate per 100,000 people.
My goodness.
And this year started out, we're in the first week of January, and there have already been a lot of murders in cities and provinces all over the country. So this year may be even worse.
Is
Much
there
of it is
is there any reason why?
tied to narco trafficking in
Okay, so
terms
just
of
trafficking. Okay.
narcotics trafficking, but also um, for other reasons. There's a lot of Satanism in Ecuador. There's a satanic Freemasonic lodge, a Baphomet um, Masonic lodge in the suburbs of Quito. It actually and it's publicly known as such. Of course, Baphomet is a Satanist, um, is Satan in the Satanist religion. So they're very outward about it to that extent. Satanism penetrates the society. And then you have uh, espionage agencies like the CIA and the Drug Enforcement Agency, the FBI, and then the Ecuadorian agencies, then the Israelis are active in Ecuador, the Mossad. Um, the Israeli security state is active in Ecuador. Ecuadorian army has weapons that they've bought from the Israeli military industrial complex, armored personnel carriers, high powered rifles, that kind of stuff, other gear. Um, so you have those factions involved. And I wouldn't rule out actually an ET involvement in Ecuador as well. Uh, Certainly been shown some things in my shamanic sessions and inwardly in other visions and outwardly in other experiences. I've seen UFOs here in Ecuador. I've seen ETs. And if I'm seeing them, others are as well. So
You've seen an ET.
in one of my shamanic sessions,
Oh,
two
one
of
you
them.
saw what you saw it in as a vision. Then, in other words.
No, well, yes, my eyes were wide open. I was just sitting there in the jungle, tropical undergrowth, and two big ones walked right in front of me, naked as jaybirds. They didn't have a body shame or clothing consciousness. Um, they were very relaxed. Clearly, they wanted me to see them. I was conscious, eyes open, just sitting there in the tropical vegetation, and they walked right in front of me. I could have practically reached out and touched them. They were big, about, I would say, I'm 6'2", 6'3". They were taller than me, I would say, in the 6'6" to 7-foot range,
Oh wow.
like NBA
Yeah,
players.
they were pretty big then. Yeah.
Not thin and spindly either. I mean, good size and heft. Big boys, both male. Um, they were not human beings. I instantly knew they're not from the earth. Walking around on Earth, but not from here. Mind you, I was in the Amazon at the time.
Where do you think they came
They're
from? Underground or where?
another planet
Another planet. Okay.
because I had instant body knowing that they were from another planet. Which other planet, I don't know. Not of Earth. Their biology was not of Earth. I knew that I could see that intellectually, visually, at short range. They're biological beings, but they're not terrestrial biology. Um,
Understood. And
and
Richard, are you surprised that America has taken great interest, and our government included, with the alien UFO phenomenon or UAP phenomenon?
They know everything I've just told you and more.
Sure.
They know the Amazon in general, the Amazon region of South America, whether it's Brazil, Ecuador, etc.
But is that surprising though to you
No,
that
it's
this
not. It doesn't surprise me at all.
is it
It,
on time? Is it on mark for there to be disclosure, Richard?
well, I've already had disclosure.
Sure, but for the yeah,
I
but I
don't
mean for
need
the
the government to
the
tell me.
layman's out there, the normal Joe out there, those folks.
If you need the government to tell you the truth, God bless you,
I love
because the
that.
government specializes in lying. So
Correct.
so if so if you need very practiced official liars who disclose the truth to you, my God, man, you need help.
Well, that's
You need serious
yes,
mental
and
help.
I agree
Can you
100%.
not think for yourself?
Absolutely.
Can,
But
can you?
you know how people are in America though, Richard. The greater majority they
My
have the
God,
lights on when no one home sort of syndrome going on, Richard.
yeah, they're gonna go down to the frat house for another kegger on
Pretty
Saturday night.
much.
Hey, dude, I just saw something on YouTube. They got aliens at Area 51 in Nevada. Is that some crazy shit or what?
Yes.
Dude, fucking A. Have I not just described about 58 million people?
Most likely, yes. That's quite accurate.
And they're not any smarter than that. In fact, there's a guy who does these, more than one guy actually, but there's a bunch of them putting short videos out on social media where they go up and ask college students at colleges, universities, community colleges, Voltech institutes all over the country. Things like, How many weeks in a year? Oh, wait a minute. I know. It's just a minute. I got it. It's 37, right? And the guy will say, correct. And then he'll ask, how many states in the United States? Wait a minute. I'll get it. Um, it's 73, right? Correct. You got it right. They're just beyond stupid. And I just described a lot of people who are in supposedly institutions of higher learning. And they're just dumb as a post.
Dumb as a rock.
Dumb as a box of rocks, man.
That's right. You're not lying.
And then there are more and more little videos coming out on social media by teachers either teaching high school or who have just left the teaching profession. And they're saying, I can't do it anymore. These teenagers, they're out of control. I get them when they're 18 years old and they're reading at a second grade level, or they cannot read.
Or they can't read at all, right? Yeah, there's a lot
Or
of that.
they can't do arithmetic. They can't add 4 plus 3 in their head and get 7, or they can't do a multiplication table. When I was a kid in the early 60s, like 61, 62, we had to stand in front of the class in a country Christian day school in what was then rural Virginia. And we had to do the multiplication tables in our head. 12 times 12. Got to have it, buddy. Right on the tip of your tongue. 6 times 7. 8 times 9. Bang, 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 bada bing. You got to have it. And everyone else is looking at you. The other 30 little kids are looking at you. And the teacher is watching like a hawk she's got a yardstick in her hand. And if you mess up, she's going to say, hold your hand out. She's going to smack you on the hand with the yardstick. Or you'd have a spelling. You'd be given like 20 words to learn that week. 6, 7 years old. And you got to stand in front of the class and spell the words. Spell them out. Dick. Spot. S-P-O-T. Dick and Jane, right? That's why we started.
Right. And also, Richard, there's another phenomenon that's been sweeping the United States for quite some time now. That is student-teacher inappropriate relationships. I mean, we see this time and time again, especially with nowadays, Richard. It's more of the females coming on to the younger boys in class. You see it every other week, Richard. I talk about that very thing on this program. Every week, there's a new teacher out there molesting some student. It's insane.
Let me tell you, it's not going to stop. It just shows that the entire educational system is criminally dysfunctional. Let's tell the truth, in a lot of different ways.
Right, I agree.
And it's not working for any of the people. Not for the teachers, not for the kids, not for the society, not for the workforce, not for industry, not for government. This whole so-called modern global system is in full bore collapse in every way. It's not going to stop. It's all coming down. And I've been saying this on my blog for years. It's all coming down. The underground bases and underwater bases that I've written about are a big part of this. Whatever we see going on topside, whether it's in the schools, in the military, in industry, on Wall Street, etc., whatever that may be, is happening underground and on a scale we don't fully understand.
This is true. There's a lot. There's hundreds of unknown and known underground or underwater bases existing.
Listen, Catherine Austin Fitts, and understand, the surface world, the subsurface world, whether it's subsea, underwater, or subterranean, and also the above surface world in orbit around the Earth or on the moon or Mars or even beyond the solar system.
Right.
It's all linked together. So, whatever criminal dysfunctionality you see going on Earth, and Lord knows what you just described, that's part of it, but a very small part of it. And it's replayed in every sector of society over and over and over again. I could tell you in the audience
Yeah.
stories, but I won't because there are people who want to kill me. I've received so many death threats, and at a certain point, I got to think about self-preservation.
Understood.
The
That's pretty unfortunate that there's threats on your life, Richard.
well, I mean, actual attempt on my life last year. I was mowed down in the street on the 6th of December 2024, and
Right.
then got out of the hospital on the 20th of January 2025. And I'm still coming back. I got a lot of damage in my muscles, my ligaments, my
My
tendons,
God.
etc. Um, you're lucky to have me on your
I
show.
know. I'm so glad you're here, Richard. It's an honor
I'm
and
telling
pleasure
you
to have you
things.
here.
I have to believe I'm telling you things that an awful lot of your guests would not and could not tell you. Um, there are people and factions that have gone out of their way to jail me, incarcerate me, threaten me, try to kill me. It's not the first attempt on my life. It's not the first time I've been put into the hospital for a lengthy stay, and I'm thanking God that I'm still here. Um, what I'm telling you is that I was first tipped off to the secret underground bases by people I came to know in the late 1980s, um, who began telling me about alleged deep underground bases, secret bases in the southwestern quadrant of North America in the general area of New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and Nevada. That was new for me. I really wasn't aware of that reality, um, if at all, barely. I mean, barely. But as they kept telling me more about these bases that allegedly contained uh, secretive uh, units and programs from the United States military and the alphabet soup agencies, alphabet letter agencies, and also from very secretive extraterrestrial factions together, working together on projects and programs underground, compartmentalized, mind you,
That's right.
that hermetically compartmentalized. I mean, these are what are called special access programs, um, and which I didn't know about at the time, but I now know a lot more about them. This would be MK Ultra, monarch mind control programs, and the like, but even more so in many cases, brain chipped, um, mind programmed, such that you may or may not be conscious of what you really do. You may have a memory of doing one thing and actually have done something else. Let me give you just one brief example of
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
When I was in one of the prisons I was in, one of my cellmates was in, it's been uh, almost 40 years, and in jails and prisons all over the United States on a variety of homicide and murder charges. He told me that one night he was in a well-known prison, which I won't name, and like 2 a.m. in the morning, the guards came and they got him and his cellmate, who was also in on some kind of homicide or murder charge. And they took both of them out of the cell, and in fact, took them out the front gate of the prison. And he doesn't remember what happened after that. He remembers waking up hours later in his cell at dawn. But those 3 or 4 hours in between, no memory
Gone.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yes, his cellmate the same. And he said, "Well,
Wow.
what do you think happened? What do you think happened? Uh, he may have been a murderer, done terrible things. That man had done terrible, terrible things. But he also had a side of him that I could and did converse with." And he said, "What do you think happened?" I said, "Well, I cannot prove it. I suspect that, unbeknownst to you, um, you and your cellmate were put into an altered state of consciousness, and then the feds or someone used you and your cellmate to do something really bad. And if you had have gotten caught in the process of doing that really bad thing or those really bad things, then out for the prison and the feds would have been that you had escaped. Despite their strong security, you staged a prison escape like in a Hollywood feature film, like Tom Cruise breaking out of a maximum security Russian prison, something like that. But that if you did whatever you did that you do not remember and cannot remember, that if you carried out your mind controlled mission successfully, so to speak, then you would be brought back to your cell where you would wake up hours later,
Wow.
as you did, without remembering anything. And what you did or where you went, you don't know, and I don't either. You see, that's how these mind control programs work. Um, I There was another guy during my underground bases and tunnels research. Um, I ran across him in the federal bureaucracy, working for an unknown agency at a mid-level. And as I got to know him after multiple visits to the document archive, one of the document archives of this government agency, he divulged a little of his background to me. He had been in a well-known prison in the United States, which I won't mention. It's large, well-known, and notorious. You don't want to go there. Well, he was as a young man. Um, he didn't tell me, but I'm guessing he was in on some kind of homicide or murder charge. He said he was in his cell, and some military guys came through his tier, and they came to his cell and said, "What are you in for?" He told them. And I said, "What kind of time are you facing?" And he told them. And they said, "Well, here's the deal, dude. Um, we can make all of that go away. Totally go away. Here's how." And they thrust a sheaf of papers at him. They said, "You sign these papers and you walk out of here today. You never come back. And we make your jail record, your arrest record, all of that just disappear. But without divulging what you're going to do for the United States military." You first have to sign these papers, and when you do, we'll tell you what your employment will consist of, and you can't refuse. You go there with us, but you will do what we tell you. You cannot refuse it. And so I said, "What'd you do?" He said, "What do you think? I signed." And I walked out of there with these guys and he named the military agency. It's a well-known branch of the military, and I said, "Well, then, what did you do?" He said, "Well, um, let me put it to you this way. Years later, when they mustered me out, they gave me a lot of ribbons and medals, and they told me that I had shot a lot of people." Listen, they told him that he'd shot a lot of people. He didn't know. Mind controlled killer. And so I said, "Well, then what? What now?" He said, "Well, he told me I can be in a restaurant or at the movies, on an airplane, and someone will slide into the seat beside me and say, 'Hey, man, is everything going okay? Is there anything you want to tell us? Any problems that we should know about?' Because once you create these mind controlled killing machines, you got to watch them forever. Because what if the mind control breaks in an unforeseen way and they go rogue? Now, how many of them do you think there are out there?"
I'm not too sure. How many have they broken free?
Well, see, you're not too sure, and they may not be either, because these are special access programs. And it's not only the military that has them, CIA has them, um, etc. So within the alphabet soup in the military, because they are all compartmentalized, special access programs, frequently with a heavy dose of mind control involved, they don't know. I talked to Fletcher Prudy um, back in the late 1990s. He was the liaison officer between the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Pentagon and the Nazis that were being brought over to the United States during Cold War in the 1940s, after World War II, 50s and 60s. A lot of them came over: engineers, espionage agents, psychiatrists, technicians. And we know about people like Werner von Braun, the rocketry expert,
Correct. Yeah.
who did build the missiles, ballistic missiles for the United States military, and the rockets and missiles for NASA.
That's right. They're responsible for creating NASA. So
Hmm.
yeah, we really love these guys.
Um,
Absolutely.
Now we're into the second and third generation Nazis, which weren't the guys in World War III, but they have the same ideology, and they're just better hidden. Now, so I was talking to Fletcher Prudy, and he started telling me. He said, "Well, I ran the rat line, the Nazi rat line, coming out of um, Europe after World War II during the Cold War, and I was a liaison between the CIA and the Joint Chiefs of Staff." You see, the CIA is really a hybrid Nazi organization, set up that way. After World War II, Reinhard Gehlen, who was Adolf Hitler's principal spy master during the Third Reich years, had a decision to make. to surrender to the United States Army or to the Soviet Army. He decided to make a deal with the United States military. So he came over, and the Dulles brothers made a deal with him. And his spy apparatus, which is called the Galen Organization, or Galen Org for short, was spliced into the OSS, which was the United States military World War II spy organization, espionage organization. So there was a merger of the OSS and the Nazi espionage apparatus. Straight up, a wedding, if you will, a marriage of the Nazi spy organization and United States military spy organization in 1947. And NASA, the same thing. Whatever the United States military was doing, the Nazis started doing, but even more so. And also in the mind control sphere. Fletcher Prudy told me, man, we didn't understand to begin with how crazy the Nazi psychiatrists were. But when we got them over here, we didn't appreciate what we had on our hands at first. He's talking about alternate realities, alternate personalities, special access compartments that are accessed, meaning alternate parallel realities, social realities, and even parallel time-space continuums, etc. And opened like open sesame. Either you know the verbal cue that opens it up, or you don't. And if you trigger with that cue word and you go into that parallel reality, you're not in this one anymore either. It's Alice in Wonderland. You're way down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, we've been hearing about stories about this for many, many moons now.
Well, it's real.
And you think it's very much a real thing to you?
Yes, sir. Big time. They're in the underground bases and underwater bases world, off planet as well.
Right. I don't know about I've never heard of the off planet stuff, but I've interviewed people like John Lear, and he's talked about how there is a underwater warfare sort of center near Hawthorne, Nevada. It's a naval underwater warfare center near Hawthorne, Nevada. And he was telling me about how there's a lot of these ports that go and they go underground. And this is a naval facility, mind you, that they operate beneath at least 15 Western states. I remember that conversation. Pretty wild stuff, if it's true, which sounds like it might be.
I can't tell you. Yes, John Lear has to speak for himself. I can only tell you what I know.
Well, now he's gone.
I don't know if what he said is factually accurate or not. I can't say yes, I can't say no. For me, it's a story. But I can tell you that a lot of underwater bases research and design was done at China Lake Naval Weapons Station in the high desert out towards the Nevada border, and also at the Stanford Research Institute in the Bay Area in Palo Alto. They also did some research and design work on underwater bases, undersea bases in the early 1970s. The United States Navy research was done in the mid 1960s, and it was called the Rock Site Program, which was for large military submarines, bases for large military submarines, deep undersea, in seamounts, uh, and in the sea floor. And the plan was to put hard rock miners and tunnel boring machines right down in the geological strata beneath the seafloor, down in the rock, hundreds of thousands of feet down, and carve out lengthy tunnel systems and huge, vast, cavernous um, bases for submarines and the crews and other activities. Mining, petroleum extraction, um, and sonar installations, and other activities that I can only guess at because I've never been on the inside of these things. I'm just telling the information that some of the men involved in this particular program, I talked to at least three of them, maybe four, and what they told me is absence of evidence, public evidence, is not evidence of absence. This is spook talk. This is special access compartment talk.
Yeah.
Um, you're in a weird world when you start to research these things. Now, when I first got into this was back in the early 90s. I had done an article based on very preliminary research and public documentation that I found just on the surface of the evidence trail. I was able to say that there were underground bases like Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, like Mount Weather in Northern Virginia, like Site R, alternate underground command center on the border of Maryland and Pennsylvania, like I don't know. There are a couple of others that are well known. Some of the underground facilities uh, in in California, things like that. And so I wrote all of that up in a short little article for UFO magazine that in those years was, I don't think the magazine exists anymore, but it was run by Don Ecker and his wife, um, Vicky Cooper, I think was her name. I'm going back. I'm going back 35 years. So forgive me if my memory's a little drifting a little, but I wrote
Yeah, I
the
remember a little
article.
bit about that. Yeah, Don Ecker.
Yes, and his wife, Vicky Cooper, I think was her name. They ran that magazine at that time, and I published the article and said that there are underground bases because I was hearing these rumors about secretive military units and equally secretive, if not more so, extraterrestrial factions and deep underground secret bases where there were bizarre programs and projects being carried out. And I said, I didn't know anything about ETs underground, but there certainly were underground bases and a name that I found in the public um, documents. And then at that point, I felt like I had exhausted the topic. Little did I know I had barely begun. A few weeks later, I was awakened after the article appeared. I was awakened in the dead of night by a voice that spoke very quietly in my ear while I was awakened. It was like hearing a little, if you stuck an earbud in your ear, it was like that, as if someone was just talking to me. An adult male, middle aged,
Yeah.
sounded like, speaking normally accented North American, educated English. And he started out by saying the underground bases are real. I intuited a small handful of things immediately. This man was a real flesh and blood man, originally from North America, because he was speaking North American English, uh, from the 20th century, that he certainly had some kind of espionage or secret agency knowledge, and that he was using some kind of electrical or electronic or radio technology to speak directly to my inner ear, such that my brain would detect it. And so I just listened. And he went on to say that yes, there are underground bases, and they can be quite large. There is technology down there. There are people down there. There are beings down there. It's quite secretive. And as he was speaking, I saw a cavernous, open, subterranean space full of some kind of very large technology that I didn't understand then, and that I have never understood since. It was huge, very large, and exotic technology built by whom or what to do what. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't make any sense of it, other than that it was very large in a huge cavernous subterranean space, and that there were beings down there. Now I was up in the air, easily 100 feet, maybe two or 300 feet. I was way up. And there were entities or beings in there. I couldn't tell you possibly whether they were terrestrial humans, extraterrestrial humans, terrestrial non humans, extraterrestrial non humans. I don't know. They were entities, bipedal, basically a human form entities, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you. And so he continued in that vein briefly, and I was listening to him and I was watching this internally. I was awake, consciously awake. This was not a dream. This was a download, but a type of, I'm presuming, a type of electronic telepathy. And there are lots of patents for different ways of sending audible speech and also visual um, stimuli into the human brain using electronic means. There are many patents for this in the patent literature, and I'm presuming that in the espionage agencies, in the special access compartments, that there is probably uh, electronic telepathy technology that goes far beyond the open patent literature or technical literature. So much is secret. Anyway, that went on for a brief period, 1 or 2 minutes, and then it was over. And as abruptly as that man started speaking to me, he stopped. Well, I determined to look into that and find out if there was any factual foundation for what he had told me. It was, if true, highly interesting. So I went out, and the next week, when the research libraries and document archives opened up, uh, and began to do a deep dive and document archival dive. And my 3 books are in very great measure the product of what I found, which is, oh yeah, man, there's a document trail as lengthy as a year is long,
Oh my.
over a period of decades. I mean, you read my books, and I reproduce pages from many of these documents, and including for not just for the underground stuff and the tunnel boring technology. I mean, it's a little bit of kind of Buck Rogers stuff, but trillions of dollars have been lavished on this over a period of decades. Subterranean and subsea underwater, and I believe off planet from the few hints I've found in the literature. I believe um, I'm not telling you I know this for a fact. I'm telling you that I found hints of this in the literature and from what I've read over the years and been told over the years that probably these anti-gravity big black triangles that a lot of people are seeing,
Right.
lots of people. Um, if what you will read or can read, if you read enough and enough places and talk to enough people, the technology they use eliminates about 90% of surface level gravity on the Earth, enough so that they can go pretty fast, not at the speed of light, but pretty fast, a lot faster than chemical rockets, to the moon and to Mars, and perhaps even further afield than that, like the moons of Jupiter, for instance, or moons of Saturn or to Venus. Um, but they're real. A lot of people see them, and evidently they are part of the um, vehicles reverse. Some of the vehicles reverse engineered from various non-terrestrial human or craft recovered from very ancient archaeological finds, like from thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of years ago. This present 20th century, 21st century Earth technological civilization is not the first one. There have been biological humans basically similar to or exactly like us on Earth for a very long time, and there have been multiple cycles of technological civilization. Periodically, there are devastating natural catastrophes and or global and or interplanetary conflicts that wreak havoc with the surface of this planet and smash everything back to square one. And evidently, this has happened repeatedly over a very long period of time. The one previous to this, we dimly remember as Atlantis. Uh, in the Greek, in the European mythical tradition, and in India, in the Vedic tradition, it was the Rama Empire. Uh, Both Atlantis and the Rama Empire, which may have been two different factions of a global civilization, just like now you have Europe and North America and Australia, and then you have the Russians, Chinese, and Indians, roughly, the BRICS powers and the Western powers, that there were two planetary factions 15, 20,000 years ago. They had high technology. They had weapons analogous to stealth weapons, to nuclear missiles, nuclear bombs, atom bombs, lasers, submarines, jet planes, um, uh, aerospace technology to go to the moon, to other planets. And they had it out, big time warfare. I talked to a Hindu monk. Oh, this would have been about 1986 or so. And he told me that in Indian lore, in India itself, that within the Vedic tradition, um, they believe that the war that they call Kurukshetra, which happened a long time ago, killed eight, let me get this right, 618 million combatants in about 2.5 weeks. Those were the warriors. Those were the warring parties, the soldiers, the armies. 618 million of them. In other words, a death toll approximately 6 times that of World War II, but just combatants, and not in 6 years, but 2.5 weeks. So the combat and what they call the Battle of Kurukshetra, or the War of Kurukshetra, was beyond fierce. It was hell on earth. But those were just the combatants. And then after that happened, there was a great crash of civilization and population that at that time, the Earth's population, according to this particular Hindu monk, was about 10 billion people. In other words, more than now. And the technology, global technology, technological base on the planet, and the military technology was equal to or more advanced than what you see in the late 20th century, early 21st century. And before that, there were others. You see, once you read the Vedas, and I haven't read all of them, they are voluminous. If you started today and the rest of your life, you could not possibly read all of the Vedas. But what you can read is most interesting, and it's very clear that in Vedic times, many thousands of years ago, they did have advanced technology, and extraterrestrial beings did come and go from the Earth in what they called their sky cars. They call them the Celestials. And they did have diplomatic arrangements with earthly kingdoms and kings and royal figures. And they gave and were given in marriage to solidify diplomatic ties between off-planet kingdoms and kingdoms on this planet. That's all been covered up. People who know the Vedas and study the Vedas know about this. It hasn't ever really been a secret among, shall we say, the educated class in India. In the West, yes, it's been covered up for centuries, for thousands of years. You can get hints of it in Western mythology, the Titans, for example, Zeus, Jupiter, talking about interplanetary powers. They're real. There are other beings out there. There's advanced technology out there. Anyway, I read enough and was told enough and put enough together to be pretty sure that technology and personnel have gone off the planet, in my opinion, to the moon and Mars at least. If you see the film Total Recall, the Schwarzenegger film from, boy, that came out in what? In or about 1990, 1991, 92, somewhere there, 35 years ago. The premise of the film is, first of all, special access programs, compartmentalized mind control programs having to do with corporate powers, Fortune 500 powers, and an agency or agencies like the CIA, and Mars, and past extraterrestrials on Mars, and present corporate mining colonies on Mars. Schwarzenegger goes to Mars. He figures out he's in a mind control program, and it's mind bending. I'm telling you, Hollywood, in spite of itself, in feature films for decades, has been dropping big clues about Mars, mining, off-planet mining on Mars, extraterrestrials on Mars, mind control programs. From what I can tell, all of that and more is real.
It's a good
We
movie,
don't
by
know
the
it.
way.
It was. I've watched it more than once, and anyone who hasn't seen it should go out of their way to watch it. If it doesn't have you scratching your head by the end, or even 20 minutes in, then you're asleep. And it will. It's not only entertaining; it, it raises questions about even who is Arnold Schwarzenegger. By the way, comes from Europe decades ago with a very thick German accent
Right.
that he never lost, by the way.
Right.
Arnold still talks like this. My name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm from Austria, Österreich. Still talks like that to this day after 50 years in the United States. Um, but who is he anyway? And how did this bodybuilder come from Europe and become Mr. Universe, Mr. United States, and then getting all of these blockbuster Hollywood feature films, and then become governor of
Governor of
California?
my home
It,
state, yeah.
yeah,
Pretty
it is
wild.
a it is a and by the way, quite a wealthy man along the
Very
way.
wealthy, marries a Kennedy.
And then she divorces him because he impregnates the housekeeper.
Yeah, who does not look very kind on the eyes, but that's another story.
I got a lot of questions about that housekeeper too. And I got questions about Schwarzenegger, some of which I won't go into right now. But they walk amongst us. Some of them are terrestrial humans. You see their bloodlines on this planet. This is the other thing I learned along the way. We read about the pharaohs in ancient Egypt, the emperors in imperial Rome, the kings of the Roman Republic, et cetera, et cetera. And we think, oh, well, that was thousands of years ago. Oh, listen to me, man. Those people were bloodline. They came out of bloodline dynasties. You understand what I'm telling you? And
Sure do.
those family dynasties or bloodlines persist to this day. This world is still heavily run by and influenced by bloodlines. And who are they? They look like they're terrestrial human. Are they? What is this place called Earth? I think it's the mother of all special access programs, compartmentalized programs. It's the mother of all mind FUCKSs. And Hollywood drops hints with films like Total Recall or the Terminator movies.
Yeah,
Yeah, those other big ones, right?
that might
Or the
happen. You never know.
or the Matrix films, or the Battlestar Galactica TV shows, or the Star Trek shows, or on and on. There are a bunch of them. Hollywood, for decades, has been giving us um, all kinds of clues and information, which may not be right in the exact particulars, but in general, are telling us their mind control programs, the race, the history of the human race on this planet is not as you have been told. There are secret programs run by agencies like the CIA and others, secret space programs, secret mind control programs, NASA's involved, et cetera, et cetera. There are underground facilities. I mean, the Matrix starts out underground, right? This
Underground.
big cavernous underground facility
Yeah, and they're hiding
with
from the
all these.
machine.
No, they weren't hiding. They were plugged into it.
Right, but I meant there were like these drones going after them.
Well, Neo was in a pod and his central nervous system was hooked in. to the AI machine,
Right.
unbeknownst to him, uh, into his spinal column, into his brain, all up and down, from his brain down to his butt. Central nervous system was hooked into this machine, and he was in an AI reality unbeknownst to him, an artificial intelligence reality that did not correspond to physical base reality. Now, the question arises, are we really in physical base reality right now, you and I? Or are we in an AI generated false reality preparing to move to an even deeper level of artificial reality?
Some people believe that.
What ayahuasca? See, I asked ayahuasca, show me what is real. And what it showed me was something like about the size of a basketball or volleyball,
Hmm.
spherical shaped, but it wasn't a a ball that you would use to play sports, like a soccer ball or volleyball or basketball. It had that geometrical shape and approximate size. You could hold it in your hands, right? You could hold it in your two hands. It'd be about this size, right? Like a playing ball, sports ball. And I thought, wow, man, that's reality. And it was so energetic and complex. I can't begin to tell you. So convoluted. It was just beyond active, just mind-boggling. I couldn't wrap my head around it. My current brain or consciousness is incapable of giving you more of a description than the general description I just gave you. Um, that's the reality we're in. The question is that an artificial simulation, or is that the universe? And all of that action I saw and activity and energy, it was just frenetic, just just out of beyond the power of the human mind to comprehend or describe. But inside there, were there trillions of galaxies, each galaxy having hundreds of billions of stars, and with almost all those stars having planets orbiting around them. And is that just the universe that we're in? Or is that some kind of artificial intelligence simulation? Just so many questions. I'm telling you, when you get into these shamanic plants and use them with your eyes and your mind, your spirit wide open, they will reveal things to you that will shake up your understanding of what is reality. And I asked ayahuasca, what is real? What is
Right.
reality? And that's what it showed me. Um, I can't understand it. Is that God? Uh, when I tell you ayahuasca is way beyond human understanding, I'm sure humans like Jesus, and Jesus is as pure of a human being as you'll find on this planet, and perhaps far beyond. Um, Maybe he understands it. But for this guy, and I have multiple university degrees, I've traveled around, I speak more than one language, I've talked to a lot of people, I've read a lot of books, I watched a lot of videos on esoteric topics, and ayahuasca showed me something that I don't understand any more than I just described it to you. And I'm at the edge of my perception and knowledge and understanding right there. Is that not amazing?
That's pretty amazing. I do agree. And
And
it's hard to sort of define this reality and what we are and who we
are we
truly
on a
are.
exactly? Are we in a realm? Are we in a dimension? Are we in a planet? Are we in an advanced artificial intelligence computer model.
Yeah, no one truly
Uh,
knows, and anyone who claims otherwise is full of, you know what?
yes, I can tell you, I've seen and heard and learned more strange things in my 70 years than you can shake a stick at, and I'm still learning, including right here in Ecuador. I, you know, was almost killed back in 2012, and I ended up in a hospital in Quito.
Hmm.
Man, I came really near to death, and I knew it. But I spent over 4 months in the public hospitals here in Ecuador, and finally walked out barely on my own 2 feet. But while I was in the hospital one day, I was in a six-man room, uh, way up on the one of the upper floors, like 100 feet in the air in Quito, and I was just looking out the window with a lovely view of the Andes, and a a blue sphere, the color of a robin's egg, for example,
Yeah,
that kind of
no
that kind
doubt.
of blue, a nice, pleasant blue, natural blue.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, a, s- a sphere, again, a sphere about the size of a playing ball. I don't know, maybe about a small beach ball or something about
Okay.
this size. It came parallel to the ground, and it was a windy day. The wind was blowing. I could tell by looking out at the trees and flags and flagpoles and so forth. It was a windy day with maybe, I don't know, a 20-mile-per-hour wind. And this thing came right by my hospital window. It was a bay window. And I thought, how unusual. I instantly it was moving into the wind. And the wind, it was about a 20-mile-per-hour wind. So had this apparent speed of maybe 20 miles with reference to the hospital structure. So it may have been going about 40 miles per hour, but parallel to the ground, albeit about 100 feet up where I was. And I was laying in bed, and I saw it come by level, it just chugged right on by. As it did, I had the impression that it was consciously aware of me, number one. Number two, I was one of the reasons this thing was flying through Quito. Not the only reason, but one of them. It was there on a mission to see and to be seen by me. And so it went on. I had the feeling this was a conscious surveillance or monitoring type of whatever. And so it just chugged right on by, and I
Okay.
thought, well, that's neat. And it headed
Right.
south. And then so I was just laying there thinking about it. And maybe 20 minutes or half an hour later, it came back again, headed 180 degrees the opposite direction, again at eye level, right past my hospital room. And so I watched it go back. It was as if it was saying, "Hey, nice to see you, man. We're checking out now, but you know, maybe catch you later down the road." I was looking at very interesting technology. It seemed to me it was either alive or been created by beings who were or are naturally alive, that it was obviously had a unique aerospace capability, some kind of anti-gravity capability or a anti-gravity electrostatic capability, perhaps, that it had a data archiving uh, function. And why would it come to Quito aside from me? It went out of its way to conspicuously present itself in front of my waking eyes during daylight hours when I was fully conscious. So I was part of its visit. I was one of the reasons. But I'm persuaded there were other reasons and other persons and perhaps other entities that may or may not have been terrestrial that it was monitoring, visiting, surveilling, greeting, etc. I didn't feel any menace. I felt no menace in any way. Uh, a totally neutral or tending towards a benevolent um, attitude from this thing. Uh, Many people see the spheres. I have seen many. That's not the only one. I've seen many, including at quite close distance. That's not the only one, not the first one, not the last one. Uh, or are the United States military agencies about aware of these spheres? Yes. Oh, very much so. Um, do they communicate with them, or have they captured some of them? Quite plausibly. They're here. Many people see them. Richard Sauder is not the only one. Uh, Now, getting back to the underground and undersea bases, I was asking Fletcher Prudy, was back in about 1987 or so, 97. We're going back
Going back a
30
few
years.
years, yeah, a little bit.
Going back 30 years.
Yeah, 30
He's
years.
now dead. I'd love to speak to him again, but I was asking him about the United States Army warranted training centers in and around Warrenton, Virginia, in Northern Virginia. Because my research had detected, first of all, that there was and is an underground subterranean facility and associated with the Warrenton Army training centers. And number two, they're A, B, C, and D. Number two, that although publicly they are presented as United States Army facilities, or at least were in the early 1990s, I don't know what they are, who controls them today, factually. Um, but they were actually CIA installations, outwardly on the surface, um, U.S. Army, but underground, actually CIA. And this isn't the only case of this. The CIA training base in Virginia, Camp Peary, for example, in Tidewater, Virginia, not too far from the Yorktown Naval Weapons Annex along the York River, is outwardly a United States Navy military reservation, United States military base. In reality, the CIA is the agency in charge, the operative agency. Another example is it would be the presidential facility at Catoctin Mountain, Camp David, in the mountains of Norfolk. That base was built back in the 40s and 50s, and I think it's still being expanded to the present day. According to what I've been told by those in the know, it's vast. It sprawls for miles, multiple levels, and is so complex that no one individual does have, or could have the complete layout in his, her, or its mind. And because it's so huge and complex. But that base was built by the Seabees. Mind you, it's not on the ocean or on the shore. It's well inland in the mountains underground. U.S. Navy Seabees built it. It is guarded. The guards are the United States Marines. And the responsive agency is the White House. It's a presidential retreat. Another example might be the huge underground base nuclear weapons storage area on Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. It's deep and large, and my research indicates it has 1,500, perhaps more, various kinds of nuclear weapons. And that base is well sealed to get in. It's an Air Force base, right? While I don't know which agency actually controls the nukes deep underground, it may be the Air Force or some other agency. The United States Marine Corps guards the facility. And to get in, I mean, you get weighed, you get an iris scan, you get a voice scan, um, biometric IDs.
About everything, and by the way, do you think we'll be able to actually see those weapons being implemented finally? The way things are going right now, around the world seems like we're kind of getting ready for a large battle.
A lot of people are seeing visions of nuclear missile strikes. Various Christian prophets and visionaries and psychics and remote viewers. A lot of people are saying uh, nuclear missile exchanges and so forth. So I presume it's out there in the modern human subconscious realm. Will that break through into the conscious reality? It's very possible, man. And the American government is military seem to be doing everything they can to make it happen. I mean, the list of countries that Donald Trump wants to annex and or attack and or destroy keeps lengthening as time goes by.
Right.
I mean, already he's bombed Yemen, bombed Iran, and might bomb both of them again, by the way. He's attacked Venezuela and is speaking openly of annexing Greenland, annexing Canada, talking about going into Colombia, attacking Mexico, attacking Cuba. Uh, you see, the more, and the United States military has been, well, let's call it, engaging in piracy on the high seas. Uh, when the military, and by the way, the Coast Guard is involved in this. Most recently, was it yesterday? They shanghaied a Russian oil tanker, which was under Russian registration
Yeah,
in the North Atlantic,
that's right.
a few hundred miles off the coast of Scotland. That is criminal. That's called piracy. It is a crime under maritime law. When you're in mid ocean and you're out of any of the economic zones or territorial limits, maritime limits of another nation state, and that's the case in what happened yesterday. What jurisdiction does the United States Coast Guard have 2,000 miles from the east coast of the United States, 300 miles off the coast of Scotland, and a couple hundred miles, I think, off the coast of Iceland? What jurisdiction does the United States Coast Guard have in that region of the world ocean? And I'll tell you the short answer is it doesn't. It does not have jurisdiction there. In other words, but it didn't stop it from participating in this international crime. It's a crime under maritime law. And I would remind you in the audience that in past centuries, pirates were hanged by the neck until dead for doing what the United States Coast Guard and Navy did yesterday. So at this point, the United States, its government, its military, its Coast Guard are lawless. It's not to say that they are breaking the law. They have dispensed with the law.
Oh, well, Richard,
They-
they're only doing their job.
yeah,
They're
right.
only doing their job, Richard, that's all.
They because the tanker in question was coming from the region of a country that has been sanctioned by the Trump administration and allegedly en route to and under the flag of
Right.
another country that has been sanctioned by the Trump administration, Russia. You see, as time goes on, there's a longer and longer list of countries sanctioned by the United States government and military and Coast Guard. Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, Russia, China, and you see, it just keeps getting longer and longer. Iran is another one. Who put the United States or Donald Trump in power over the world?
Yes, we are behaving like the world police the last 20 plus years now.
Not the world police, the world tyrants.
Or world tyrants, you could say that, yeah.
Um, who assigned to the United States the right to steal other countries' ships, the right to go into other countries and steal their president,
We
the right?
kidnapped them, essentially.
Well, he says he's a prisoner of war, and this doesn't depend on whether you like the guy or not. He may be as slimy as they come. He may be a bastard, but you know what? He's their bastard.
I have
And
to agree.
and the thing is, I'm reading people in various countries, smart people with journalists, investigative journalists, political, economic, and military commentators, both in the United States and in other countries. Um, people who speak more than one language, people who may have past military or diplomatic careers or ties, people who have degrees from universities and things like international affairs, military strategy, military law, international law, etc. And a lot of them are saying, look, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says, doesn't matter what Pete Hegseth says, doesn't matter what Marco Rubio says, doesn't matter what the admiral in charge of this Operation Southern Spear says. What the United States did, what the United States Navy and Coast Guard did to Maduro and are doing to a growing list of oil tankers in the Caribbean and beyond, these are flagrant violations of well established international and maritime law. So, to your point, is all of this leading to nuclear war? Quite possibly. And that's another reason I believe why ayahuasca made clear to me to stay here. I've in Ecuador, I feel like, not to say I'm perfect, but with respect to nuclear war, I would say my hands were clean. I was the watchman on the wall who stood up again and again and again in the United States and the so-called United States judicial system, prison system, military services, Navy, Air Force, and to a little extent the Army, and said, no, thou shalt not. Do not do this thing. Do not do it. And I suffered, man. I've been handcuffed, chained, locked up, threatened, fined, you name it. I paid a price. And I've gotten to the point where, you know what? If all of you hundreds of millions in the United States can't get yourself together enough to stand up and protest by this great nuclear hell that is going to rain down on your heads, and don't say you have no clue. Everyone knows there are nuclear missiles. Everyone knows that. The most stupid person knows that there are nuclear missiles that the United States has aimed at China and Russia. Even dummies know that. And if you can't bother yourself to protest against that publicly, speak out against it, you know what? There's a certain principle under the law that says silence is assent, ASSENT. If you're not bothered enough about it or disagree enough to say, no, don't do it, I'm not on board with this. We shouldn't have nuclear war. I think we ought to come to terms with the Russians and Chinese, blah, blah, blah. See, if you can't bother yourself to publicly do that, like Richard Sauder, go right to the scene of the planned crime, which which is a place like uh, Yorktown Naval Weapons Station on the York River in Virginia, or the Minot Air Force Base nuclear missile field in North Dakota, to cite two examples of places where I've been and protested. If you can't bother yourself to do that, you just say, look at that goofball Richard Sauder. Who does he think he is? Just stupidly standing out there and protesting nuclear war. You know, he's like the stupid Dutch boy with his finger in the dike. Um, yeah, they put his ass in jail. Good place for him. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people I know have said that about me and what I've done in past years and decades. A lot of people. But as you've observed, this hell is in place, and Donald Trump seems to want it. Um, and his regime, his government, his military security espionage complex is driving the United States straight towards that. You know, with a lot of this petroleum that comes out of Venezuela goes to China. Oh, by the way, the Chinese have nuclear missiles.
That's true.
Imagine that. Now, China doesn't have petroleum of its own, practically does not like other countries do, like Venezuela, Iran, etc. So, as the United States is more and more in military, political, and petroleum, let's say, conflict with countries like Venezuela and China, both of which have huge multi-billion-dollar contracts with the Chinese for petroleum and natural gas.
Yeah.
As the United States cuts that off more and more, and Chinese industry and the Chinese economy start to feel the pinch, do the Chinese just say, okay, you got us. Yeah, we got nukes, but you know what? We would never think of firing them. I don't think it plays out like that.
I don't think so either.
You know, the Chinese and the Russians don't say, well, you know what? Uh, we have nuclear missiles, but so do you, and so we would never think of firing nuclear missiles at you because we know if we did, you'd fire them at us, and we don't want that, and surely you don't. So you got nothing to fear from us. I don't believe that. I think past a certain point, the Russians and Chinese and the North Koreans, and by the way, the Indians have nuclear missiles, and so do the Pakistanis. And you never know if Pakistanis or North Koreans might pass a few nukes to the Iranians and say, you know what? If your back's against the wall and the Pentagon is landing troops on your territory, here's a little present to help you out in your time of need. We have no idea if that may not already have happened.
My goodness. Yes, I absolutely agree there, Richard. We don't know
We're,
what's
we're,
going to happen. It's a strange timeline that we're in right now. And Russia obviously making a lot of threats. They have been over the years.
listen,
They've been
the
talking a
Russians,
lot lately.
well, um, I don't think those are threats. I think those are promises. There's a difference. Um, you see people like Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, um, they've never been in the military.
No.
Donald Trump, he had heel spurs. Oh, doctor, my feet hurt. I can hardly walk. I
Right.
got bunions on my heels. It's all lies.
So he completely dodged the draft, essentially.
Yes, but Marco Rubio is the same way. He's just a soft Cuban boy from Miami.
I don't disagree.
And yet they're going around the world stirring up the worst trouble you can without really understanding, hear me carefully. Neither one of them really understand how a man's world works. They're soft men. They're evil men. They're soft, evil men. You think Marco Rubio knows really? I mean, I've been in jail and prison, and I can tell you got to watch yourself. Be careful what you say and to who, to whom, and to how. And you got to be aware. You better use your wits because if you don't, you can get a shank in your ribs or worse. Happens all the time. And Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, they just blow hot air. They run their mouth. They make threats. They send in the Marines, special forces. They themselves could never last a day in SEAL school or Army Ranger training. Not even 10 minutes.
I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't think they would either. Not even in their prime years, they could have done
No,
that.
they wouldn't even last a day. Probably not even an hour. Uh, because they are weak, soft, but very evil, wicked men. Now, and they're about to unleash hell on earth because there's not a Christian bone in their body. These guys are satanic, and they're about to listen.
Well,
They're
Mark Levin
about to.
actually called Donald Trump the first Jewish president of the United States.
He is. There are photos of Donald Trump in Jerusalem at the Wailing Wall with the yarmulke, the little Jewish beanie on his
Right.
head. He has made a television commercial for at least one that I've seen for Benjamin Netanyahu, in which he straight up campaigns for Benjamin Netanyahu and
Or
says
they.
he supports him for prime minister of Israel. And as President, Donald Trump has just sent many millions of dollars worth of weapons and other of bombs and other weapons to Israel,
Absolutely.
including for use in the genocidal destruction of Gaza and the Palestinians in Gaza and also in the West Bank. Uh, by the way, a good many of the Palestinians are Christians. You see, Jesus was from that part of the world,
That's
from
right.
Nazareth, from Bethlehem, and if you look at Palestinian territories, to this day, I believe Nazareth is a Palestinian town. And a lot of Palestinians are Christians, original Christians, original Christians. Jesus was walking around talking to people about Jesus, right? And people bought into it. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So those Palestinian Christian churches and Christian denominations and sects that the Jews are destroying today. I mean, they're just obliterating, physically obliterating Gaza, the West Bank towns and communities that are ancient from 2,000 years ago, actually from before that. And where Jesus walked around, where Jesus was from. You know, I think one of the reasons the Jews want to do that, they know that Christians expect Jesus to return. Jesus' first visit was being born from presumably a teenage girl named Mary. And from towns down in Nazareth, which still exists. How to keep? Do they fear that Jesus will return the second time, the first way? That he will be born, most unusual child, someplace like Nazareth or Bethlehem or Jerusalem or the Gaza Strip? So to prevent that from happening, what did Herod do in biblical times when he heard about this unusual baby that was being born? He killed all the baby boys. In the whole region, he just sent his men in, and they killed all the baby boys. Now the Jews doing the same thing. Uh, how to keep Jesus out? Just go around killing all the young girls, killing all the women, killing all the pregnant women. God forbid one of them should give birth to a Jesus 2.0, so to speak. I don't rule that out. We're up against real evil. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Mossad, the Israeli Defense Force. These are evil people doing evil things. Are we seeing Herod's murder in what is now Palestine repeated? Benjamin Netanyahu is the analog in 2025 to Herod. King Herod. Has Bibi Netanyahu determined the same thing? God forbid that Jesus should come in to the Palestinians a second time. So
Yeah, they do say that Benjamin Netanyahu is the actual president of the United States.
maybe he certainly seems to have a lot of policy influence
He
here.
has a lot of interest here. He has a lot to say about certain things here in this country.
Well, he and or people in his circle, Mossad chief, for example, were in cahoots with Jeffrey Epstein, and I don't have any trouble saying Epstein was an a Zionist asset used to, well, he did terrible things.
He was a sick man.
Listen, people talk about what people like, well, Donald Trump is in the evidence, that pile of evidence. Pam Bondi is saying, first she said, we're going to come out with everything, and then she didn't. Then she said, it's on my desk now. And then she said, there is no evidence. Don't
Right.
try to reconcile these contradictory statements. You're dealing with a pathological liar.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone could
And
even support these parties at all, to be honest with you, Richard.
none of them, neither Democrats or
Yeah,
Republicans.
exactly.
I haven't
They're all the
voted
same.
I haven't voted since 1996. It's 30 years. And the last time I voted, um, I was living out in the Southwest at that time, and if I didn't vote for one Republican or Democrat, going from the local offices up to the county and city level, up to the state level, and then the federal level, whether it was United States Senate representative, state governor, uh, state legislator, county sheriff, dog catcher, local sewer and water board, uh, whatever. Unless the candidate was independent or something like the Natural Law Party or Libertarian or Green Party or something like that, I voted for them. Just because they were not Democrat or Republican. And that's the last time I voted. I had to hold my nose to do that because I had been to one of the local libertarian meetings. And you know what they did? They just got together and boozed and smoked cigarettes, told ribald jokes, and never talked about any serious policy, public policy matters. So you don't have to tell me about the libertarians. I just described an awful lot of libertarians.
No, you're not wrong. There's plenty out there like that.
A lot of them. They'll just sit around, veterans. Screw Trump, blah, 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 blah. And then they'll call to the barmaid to bring them another beer. And that's all the deeper they go. Many of them, not all of them, but many of them.
I would say
So
majority, yeah.
what I'm telling you is there is no political solution to the mess we're in.
No,
And
it's
the
out of our
real
control,
no,
essentially.
completely. Listen, this is a slave system. It's a prison planet. The ones running the show are Satanists and minions of the Satanists. Now, I mentioned Catherine Austin Fitz earlier.
Yeah, you were going to say something about that.
She, with one of her colleagues from Solari, she has a magazine and some kind of uh, business structure called Solari, Solari. Anyway, with one of her colleagues, they did a. By the way, I know Catherine and I know each other since many years. Um, even when I was back in the United States in the 2000s. So we've known each other 20
A
years or
long time.
easily, yeah. And I mean, even face to face. And then electronic communication for sure. But the thing is, she, without notifying me, I didn't know it. She and a colleague of hers at Solari looked into the underground bases and underwater bases system. They calculated, and again, I did not work with them or even know that they were doing this, that there are about 170 major underground and or undersea bases in or around uh, the continental United States. And that the money that has been spent building them in recent decades is approximately $21 trillion siphoned out of the economy.
That's a lot of
Whether
money, by the way.
whether the public economy or the Washington D.C. agency budgets, that in their aggregate it's $21 trillion. They estimate. I will not dispute that. My my research suggests that there are numerous underground and undersea bases and high-speed tube trains, shuttle trains, electromagnetic shuttle trains moving between these facilities. What exactly is being done in them, for the most part, I can't tell you. And the people who are in these programs don't publicly talk. We need these people to come out of the closet and decide whether their loyalty is to the human race or to their satanic overlords and underlords in these special access programs, mind control programs, satanic programs, theft programs, doing God knows what. Because it's all kept so secret, and the fact that it's so secretive means that something wrong must be something wrong. Because if it was all good and on the up and up, then there would be no issue telling us, would there?
That's right. And what would you say is the single strongest piece of evidence that you've ever uncovered about these sort of things? Have you actually had anything that could prove a little bit of this to the for a layman out there?
Well, the best proof I have is in my books. I found a lot of documents from the Fortune 500, from the civil engineering industry, from a variety of government agencies, and SRI, Stanford Research Institute in California. But you see, you try to find out what goes on in them, and even the people who tell you a little stop talking. I was talking with a high level guy. He made a point early on when we talked, telling me, well, a number of things,
Yeah.
but two, he emphasized two, that if I ever outed him, his name and what he did, etc., that he could have me killed and have it made to look like um, random street crime
Oh, well, that's
by
pleasant.
by a derelict,
Yes.
that
Wow.
it would never go back to him. And along with that, he made a point of telling me that he had spies everywhere. Well, of course, because when you're in these secret, highly funded programs, they do have a lot of spies. Uh, well, what happened to me in Quito on the 21st, the 6th of December of 2024? I was run down in the street and almost killed, but he's dead. He's been dead for many years. So whoever was behind that, it wasn't him because he's in the grave. Uh, but it made me think about what he had said. And then I was later told that things that I'm writing about and speaking about
Yeah.
publicly um, were behind the attempt of my life. It was an attempt to take me out. And I think it was a surprise for the dark hands behind it that I survived. But I'll tell you, I do very much appreciate life, and I'm grateful to God for giving me this life that I have and this awareness and consciousness, the ability to learn and to talk with you and thousands of people through your show.
Very nice. I
Like,
appreciate that. Yes.
well, that's meaningful to me, and I got to believe it's meaningful to God as well, or else I wouldn't be alive and talking with you.
No, this is a fact.
And so that's very meaningful to me, and I have to guess by implication it's meaningful to God. God wants us to talk about this. He doesn't want us to do bad things or to be inside those programs that we know exist. I've uncovered a big document trail. Catherine Austin Fitz knows a lot of people who know a lot of people. So when she comes out with research findings like that, which she is talking about publicly, also on the internet and on the radio with other hosts who have podcasts and so forth and websites, um, uh, it means that the evidence she found is persuasive. Now, as to I've heard and been told of genetic engineering underground, of people being held in cages, um, of human DNA being mixed with other DNA, and of slaves, frankly, various kinds of slaves in underground facilities. Can I prove that with hard documentation? No.
That might be a little hard. Yes.
But these stories are very persistent over the decades. Um, I'm guessing this goes back to the 1940s and 1950s and comes up to the present day, maybe even the 1930s. Um, the Nazis had a lot of genetic knowledge. And I think even before that, in certain circles, there was genetic knowledge. That's why you have the European royal families and these other dynasties, political dynasties that go back not just centuries but thousands of years. That's why they breed in. They don't keep it in their parents; they keep it in their bloodline,
Right.
and so they have a pool of genetic knowledge, and this goes back to ancient times. Um, but I've heard these stories of people being held captive underground, of being captured and being taken underground, um, of biological engineering and experimentation underground. These stories are so persistent. I have to believe,
That
um,
there's some truth to some of them.
yes, there's got to be an element of truth and maybe a huge element of truth. Anyway, I was talking one time with this guy who was very high level and in these circles, now dead for years. And I asked him about this. What about these stories of people being held underground as slaves in cages or being or hybrid beings or people being experimented on? biologically and genetically. What about that? And he said, well, if that's true, I don't remember the exact words after decades, but he said, if that's true, then they would never be permitted to leave there alive. And we do have millions of missing people.
That we do. Many, 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 many missing people in the woods, out in the streets. They just completely
Everywhere.
mysteriously disappear.
Yeah. My best guess, see, one of my degrees is in forestry. And when I was doing my master's in forestry, I asked my committee chairman. In your graduate school, you have committee of studies, then you have a thesis committee, and there's a bunch of medieval brouhaha. Anyway, I mean that literally. This is held over from the medieval university system from centuries ago, including the graduation gowns, the whole 9 yards. But I asked him, could I research underground bases in the national forests? He had a very simple answer: no. They know about it. They know about it. The guys who were in tight with the National Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, so forth, the Interior Department, um, Native American reservations and territories, they know about it. They know it's down there. And you see, these are federal lands. So they have easements and rights of ways, right? Subsurface rights, etc. So he just said no. He didn't say there is no such thing. You're crazy. Where do you get an idea like that? He said no, because he knows. Same way with Bigfoot. None of these government agencies that I just named will admit that there is Sasquatch or Bigfoot, and yet people see them. Thousands of people see these bipedal animals, these bipedal hominids or humanoids in remote wilderness areas all the time, and have, going back not just decades but centuries. And yet you try to get that out of the Forest Service. What about Sasquatch or Bigfoot? You're crazy. There is no such thing. And they have reams of evidence. You try to get the evidence out of the National Archives in College Park, Maryland. Do they have evidence, documents? Of course they do. Will you see it? No. You have to be on the inside. And archivists have government security clearances. They're not ordinary librarians. They are keepers of the official records and unofficial records. So getting back to these underground installations, Catherine Austin Fitts and her colleague came up with a number of 170 major underground installations. Now, who runs all of this? Who's running around secretly undersea in tunnels and also in deep diving submarines and in these underground bases and tunnels? Who? We don't know. I have been given the name of the organization or the agency that is the overarching authority. Sometimes, or oftentimes, the CIA is referred to as the agency. Is the CIA in charge of all of this? Well, I'm sure part of it at least, but all of it, I don't know. As for this organization, could there be such an organization, like Dr. No, or Chaos, Dr. No in the James Bond movies, or Chaos in the Get Smart television series decades ago? Well, we certainly see chaos ravaging modern society, do we not? Uh, in fact, people talk openly. There's chaos everywhere. You can just see chaos. Yeah. How about that? Get Smart was talking about chaos, agents of chaos decades ago on network television, programming the mass mind. Now, my best guess, who's all in charge of this? I can give you some of the corporations, major corporations involved.
Yeah, I'm wondering who is the highest of them all. Who takes
I don't know because
from
I'm
who?
not on the
What order?
inside,
Yeah.
but I can tell you the elements, right? We got a big Lego structure, the highest part of which, or if you will, the very lowest part of which, we don't know. But we do know a lot of the individual Lego blocks. I'll tell you some of them. Well, I'll give you a whole list of them right now. The Kiewit Corporation, operating out of um, Omaha, Nebraska, has done a lot of subterranean work for the feds over decades. They're good. They do a lot of multi-billion-dollar work underground. Uh, they did a big project for the feds back in the 1990s, early 2000s in Washington, D.C., underground. Exactly what they did remains unknown, but they were on the scene and working underground. It's not the first time. Black and Veatch is another one. Parsons, not to be confused with Parsons, Brinkerhoff, Quaid, and Douglas, now known as, I think, what's the name of it now? Something like, um, I believe the name of it now is uh, WSA. It's a Canadian company. Actually, let me see if I can find it in my notes here. Just a second. Um, not coming up with it just off the top of my head.
No worries.
But back a few decades ago, it was Parsons, Brinkerhoff, Quaid, and Douglas, and they made major underground facilities for the United States government and military. Another one is, let's see, it would be Elon Musk's Boring Company, man. We don't know what they're doing. We know that I presume Elon Musk and people who work for him have read all of my books because I did their literature search for them. And he's got this Boring Company. We know he has guys working underground, hard rock miners and civil engineering laborers, and working tunnel boring machines. These things are huge. They're like huge mechanical earthworms. They go right through solid rock. They don't go real fast. You'll be lucky to make 10 miles per year. In hard rock, you'll do good if you make 5 miles per year in hard rock and you're down 1,000, 2,000 feet underground. So no one's going to see anything on the surface. You disguise your air vents, bring them out through farm silos, through the ventilation systems of factories and uh, office buildings, or through existing deep mines, etc. And if you had a fleet of these things you can buy for with Elon Musk's uh, fortune, you can buy these things for a few $1,000,000 or less. So he could buy a whole fleet, 100, 100, 200 boring machines. Let's say he has 100 boring machines, and he's boring anywhere between 500 and 1,000 feet of deep tunnels per year, subterranean or subsea. Because you see, if you're let's say you're in coastal Virginia or North Carolina or I don't know, New Hampshire, Maine. You get down in the rock 1,000 feet and you're near the coast. You just head out undersea and you're in the deep rock the whole time. So it doesn't matter that you're down in 1,000 feet rock and above the 1,000 foot rock overburden, you have 1,000 feet of water. It doesn't matter. You're not in the water, you're in the rock. And that's the way they do it. So he could be tunneling up and down the eastern seaboard or in the California Channel Islands off of Monterey Bay, California. He could have headed out to sea from Maine to the so-called New England seamounts, which are out in the Atlantic Ocean off the northeast coast of the United States, and could be already out to one or more of those seamounts and tunneling into the seamount and making a serious undersea base. I factually don't know what his underground tunnel boring company is doing right now, and neither do you, and neither do any of your listeners, or if they do, they have not spoken publicly
I
to
agree.
this
No one
point.
really truly knows what he's going to do down there.
Yeah,
But can he
the
be trusted? That's the main question, and I
no,
think
we
the
can't.
answer is no.
We don't even know who this guy is. Um, I've met a couple of people who said they know people who know him from Africa from decades ago. But you see, there could be more than one Elon Musk, and there could be an Elon Musk who just has a CIA rubber face mask, or there could be five Elon Musks who have the same CIA rubber face mask, but they're all really different individuals. If you look at Elon Musk running a massive aerospace company, like every week they're putting up a rocket. They put more rockets and satellites into space than the Pentagon and NASA put together. So if you want to look at the modern day space program, it's Elon Musk. And then he's got the Tesla car company. Then he's got the underground tunnel boring company. And then what else? We truly don't know. He's got the AI, right? He's got the Neuralink, the brain chips. And that's what we know about publicly.
Right.
Now, you're going to tell me that there are enough hours in a day for one man to run all of that and administer all of that? No, sir. Not remotely possible. He's just a figurehead. And we don't even know if it's 10 guys with the same rubber CIA rubber face mask. We have no idea. Or if there's some kind of alien. You listen to the guy talk, assuming it's a male human, terrestrial human being. He's got a very clipped, prissy way of speaking. Um, we don't even know what or who is really behind that, what I presume has to be a CIA rubber face mask, because one man cannot, there are not enough hours in a day for one man to do
He's a
everything
very
we are
creepy
told.
looking human being, that's for sure.
He is, and he spends a lot of time sitting around with doing podcast
Right.
interviews. If they're not remotely enough hours in the day, how do you have 3 hours to sit around with Joe Rogan and other podcasters thing, telling Joe Rogan whatever, and he says, "Dude, fuck, far out, man," and they're both puffing on joints. Um, I'm telling you, it's a show. It's just a show. It's a satanic sideshow. Catherine Austin Fitz is also clued into this. She said multiple times on interviews that I've listened to in recent years that Elon Musk is an avatar. You know, it's like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and these guys. Oh, they're too smart for Harvard. They're too smart for Stanford. You know, they just started up in the garage or whatever. Nonsense. Nonsense.
Right.
It's all a show. Oh, he's so smart. He's running the biggest space crime, space program in human history. He's got the tunnel boring machines down there. We don't know how many. We don't know where. We don't know what they're doing. And then he's got this big brain chip AI program, and he's got Tesla and this, that, and the other thing. No, he doesn't. No one man can possibly run all of those programs and industries and projects by himself or even with 10, 10 administrators helping them. It's huge, it's sprawling, it's international, it's global, it's orbital, and he's planning to go to Mars. He's
He wants to
planning
colonize
to send,
Mars, yes. That's another thing I did
maybe he
want to,
already has.
or maybe he
Maybe he
has, yeah, we
already
don't
has.
know. I was going to ask you about that, though. Yes, he's been wanting to colonize Mars for quite some time now.
Well, what did the Total Recall, Schwarzenegger's Total Recall movie tell us? That there is a CIA deep state mining colony on Mars, um, and maybe has been for the 30s and 40s, since the 30s and 40s. I'm telling you, NASA's just a dog and pony show. When the astronauts allegedly blast up from Cape Canaveral to the ISIS space station, for example, you don't factually know where they go or what they do. And if you're shown them allegedly floating around in the ISIS space station, how many years in astronauts does it take to find out what happens to a human being's white blood cells in orbit, red blood cells, bone density, uh, hormones, mental function? It doesn't take 100 years or 50 years to find that out. They put now hundreds, I think even thousands of people into space. They know what it does to a man's sperm count, to a female's menstrual cycle, to humans' bone density, to their mentation, to their moods, to their emotions, etc., etc. They know all of that. How do tomato seeds sprout in orbit, or do they? Or beans, or whatever. They've done those experiments. They already know that. So why are they really going up there? We don't know. I don't know. You don't know. And if anyone listening to this broadcast does know, they're not speaking publicly. God, we're being lied to about so much by
Yes.
omission.
Why all the secrecy, in your opinion, about all these sort of things we just touched upon here for the last few hours now, Richard? Why all the secrecy?
Well, I did kind of give you the answer earlier. We're in the mother of all mind, FUCKSs. Um, because because the earth is flat, maybe because the earth really is that uh, sports ball sized sphere. It's just madly active and energetic and mysterious and indecipherable, um, that I was shown, that ayahuasca showed me. Maybe that is reality. And but what does that mean? If so, what does that mean? Is that what they can't tell people outright? What I just said, because it raises a million questions, not one or two, but a million questions that even they cannot answer. Um, it means in that case that Oppenheimer, Einstein, Oppenheimer, all of them are lying to us. All of them. The director of NASA. Um, I don't have the answers. I don't have all the answers. If anything, I have 1,000 times more questions than average person. I readily admit that what I don't know far exceeds what I do know. And mind you, I've made it my business to find out a lot of things that the average person doesn't know or never thinks about. And at the end of all of my investigations and studies, I've got to tell you frankly, there's so much I don't know. And what I don't know is much greater than what it was when I was younger. So the more I learn about everything and anything, the more I freely confess, the more I don't know. I know that seems paradoxical, but that's fact of the matter. Really stupid and ignorant people, they think they know what's going on. They have their little routine in their neighborhood, and they come home from work and they have a beer or maybe a whole six pack, and they watch sports ball on television and argue about which NFL team is better, and it's all rigged. It's just nothing. What they think they know is practically nothing. And I just described millions of people, man. They think they know how the United States government works. No, they don't. What we're taught in school is a total lie. It's all a huge criminal conspiracy. Everywhere you look, you run into organized and also disorganized crime. I mean, huge. With what Catherine Austin Fitch found, for example, $21 trillion. For what? Doing what? What are the programs? If she knows, she's not saying, but I can tell you I've tried to find out, and I can tell you some of the things that my research suggests. Secret underground and undersea mining. You see, if you've got your own CIA or Fortune 500 gold mines, uranium mines, underground or undersea, and you're pulling out billions of dollars worth of high grade ore, you never taxed on that. You might take that stuff off planet and sell it to extraterrestrials who would like to have some Earth uranium or Earth gold or Earth silver for whatever reason. Maybe that's time locked to the Earth's particular specific node in this specific time space continuum. So that if you're making, for example, craft, intelligent craft, or craft with crews aboard that are navigating infinite time space continuums using exotic technology, that if they are made with Earth uranium, Earth gold, Earth silver, etc., then they resonate, they're time stamped to the Earth node in this time space continuum, then they can come and go maybe by resonance, time space resonance. I'm just telling you some of the thoughts that have occurred to me. The same way with the disappearing people. Maybe you would recruit or enslave or clone an Earth human being, child, adolescent, adult, male, female, to be a navigator. And some of the Earth UFO literature, ufological literature I've read, there are references to mentally navigating these so-called UFOs or UAPs, or at least some of them, that there's a mind to conscious machine link that is used to propel and or navigate these machines between planets, between galaxies, maybe between time space coordinates, specific time space coordinates, other time streams, such that you never get lost. Because the default homing mentality is Earth. From wherever you take the person, if you take them from the 21st century Earth terrestrial time space continuum, then their default will be to return. Because when they're born, physically born, they get a time space lock to the Earth, a certain geographic space, a certain day, a certain year, etc. I can't tell you that's the case. I suspect it may be. And it could be that human terrestrial Earth navigators may be a hot commodity on the galactic slave market. I don't know. The so mining humans, um, taking and keeping humans underground. Uh, Certainly with these UFOs, UAPs that are seen coming and going from the Atlantic Ocean off the east coast of the United States. This has often been seen, and also in Lake Erie, just north of upstate New York, upstate Ohio, rather, I believe it is. You see, to have secure bases for your craft to come and go, whether they're off planet, they could be off planet human, off planet non human, they could be off planet originally terrestrial human, or off planet human from another planet, perhaps another galaxy or another star system, or they could be humans that have been genetically engineered, if you follow me.
I do. And were we genetically engineered to any extent, Richard? Back
I,
traced it to our human
I'm
origins.
guessing. I'm guessing we were, and perhaps the so-called bloodline families more than most. Now we're all bloodline. If you have human DNA, you have a bloodline that precedes your physical presence here now, your genetic code you have now. So in that sense, everyone is bloodline. I am, you are, and presumably all the humans listening or watching this are bloodline. But these bloodlines that rule the planet and hold themselves aloof and apart, um, they're strange cats. I don't really know where they're from and with whom they interact, you see, because a lot of this underground stuff goes way back. Remember Oannes, who brought civilization and culture to the people in Mesopotamia back in the days of ancient Sumer and Babylon and Akkad and so forth. He came up out of the right up out of the Persian Gulf, and he was part fish, part human. And he taught the people in it thousands of years ago. I taught them how to work metal, he taught them writing, right? How to write things down, written language, how to write down letters, words, etc.,
Yeah.
symbols.
Irrigation, all these
Yes,
sort of things.
he taught them agriculture, this half fish, half man. He would come up out of the Persian Gulf and go back there. He taught governance, he taught mathematics, he taught astronomy. Um, so who was Ioannis? Where did he come from? Uh, and assuming that he was from this planet, and I don't assume that he was or he wasn't, he's a strange character, a strange historical character who fathered the modern era of human civilization. Because when you read the ancient myths and stories, it goes back to Gilgamesh and Enkidu and people like that thousands of years ago.
Right.
Before that, apparently they were just living in mud huts and catching fish in tidal pools and crabs and fish and sucking the juice from roots and sucking at plants that they found as they wandered around and bashing the brains out of rabbits and things like that with sticks. And then this cat shows up and he says, speaking to them telepathically or using a language that they understood. No. Here you can plant seeds, you can grow crops. You see those lights up in the sky? They have certain patterns, regular patterns, and you can use them to gauge when to do things and not to do things, and et cetera, et cetera. And military arts, um, and so on and so forth. Before which, apparently, the hominids, now known as human beings, weren't doing or hadn't been doing. And this cat comes out, a cat, half fish, half human, comes up out of the Persian Gulf and sets in motion this era of civilization. Um, there's no explanation for that by the academic world or religion or anything. I'm telling you, there are mysteries on this planet, and we're not being told the truth about almost anything. The So we got that. Um, does that mean that there are uh, technologically advanced species or cultures undersea? Well, the evidence suggests that yes, and that we do, even in ancient times, we have had Homo sapiens some interaction with them. Has the United States Navy detected these sorts of things in beings undersea? I'm presuming that certainly so, yes. And that's why they also have gone about constructing undersea facilities and keeping it all hush hush. Now, off the East Coast of North America, with these UFOs that have been seen coming and going for years, I'm presuming some are so-called deep state, military, Fortune 500. By Fortune 500, I mean companies like Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, etc., Airbus would be involved in these types of technologies. Remember, when Hyman Rickover tasked John Pena Craven back at the height of the Cold War with developing the ability for the United States Navy to go down to 20,000 feet and work, that's almost 4 miles undersea, and work, design technology to go down there and work at tremendous depth in the sea. There was a reason. Soviets weren't down there 20,000 feet down. There were other things. And if you read John Pena Craven's book, The Silent War, he makes clear that already by the 1940s, 1950s, the Navy had detected many what he would call artifacts or objects of high value and interest on the ocean floor or on the continental shelves. And they needed technology to go way down there and grab that stuff. And I presume when I read his book, and still do, that they weren't talking just about sunken Spanish galleons or Roman galleys from 1800 years ago or Spanish galleons from 300 years ago. No. They were talking about, in my opinion, um, technological artifacts and objects of high interest, either from extraterrestrial uh, origins or from previous cycles, technological cycles of civilization on this planet. And they wanted to get that stuff, study it, understand it, reverse engineer it. And I think the United States Navy, due to the efforts of John Pena Craven, who during those decades was the Navy's highest ranking research scientist, went down there. For example, the deep sea, uh, uh, what do they call them? Um, the DSRVs, they were deep sea rescue submersibles, um, deep sea rescue vehicles, etc. They were essentially very high tech submarines built by the Lockheed Corporation. Now, you would think of, or certainly the Newport News shipyard and dry dock company would build them, right? Um, because they build submarines for the Navy. No, the Lockheed Company built these things. Why? Well, John Pena Craven does not exactly say why. He does say that they could go down with a manned crew to 5,000 feet, and that the DSRVs had a mission or missions that to this day, and capabilities that to this day remain undisclosed and unknown. I'm guessing they went way down there and grabbed technology that the United States military industrial espionage complex really wanted. They saw it and they went and got it. Uh, I'm wondering if maybe the DSRVs did not also have an electrogravitic or anti-gravity technology and were capable of coming and going from the sea, going to great depth in the sea, coming up out of the sea, and going to great heights and maybe even off planet. I wonder because to this day, those vehicles and what they did and could do, that information remains classified. This would all be related to the United States Navy's rock site program, you see. Now, this is in the same time span. From what I've seen and been told, and the direction that my research goes, and this ties into what Catherine Austin Fitz and her colleague um, researched and concluded. I'm guessing there are undersea bases with exotic technology and very tightly compartmentalized programs and projects and personnel uh, undersea, down in the bedrock, up and down the east coast of North America, and also off the west coast, places like Monterey Bay, the Channel Islands of Southern California, up around the islands in the Aleutian Islands, the coastal islands off of southern Alaska, etc. In the Hawaiian Islands, the last place that John Pena Craven went in his career after he left the Navy was to Hawaii. I know that some of his team worked in Hawaii. Hawaii is a major center of naval power for the Pentagon. I'm guessing there are undersea bases in and around the Hawaiian Islands, extending off to the north. You see, the Hawaiian island chain is volcanic and it's been on the move for a long time. The oldest islands in that volcanic chain are now beneath the sea surface and extend for hundreds of miles up towards the Aleutian Islands from the current Hawaiian Islands. I'm guessing that the United States Navy has used one or more of those islands for undersea bases. Why? Because volcanoes have lava tubes and they have lava chambers. Extinct volcanoes have large, empty, deep lava chambers and long, empty lava tubes. So it'd be comparatively easy to go in and make an undersea base. Just repurpose it for United States Navy use, put in some airlocks, and there you go. Some of these underground bases, and actually a lot of them, are huge. I was tipped off years ago to the Monsanto base in central New Mexico. The northern part of it is affiliated with the Kirtland Air Force Base on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and also the Sandia National Laboratories run by the Department of Energy. My research, and from what I've been told, indicates that that base is not just big or large or enormous, but vast. I mean, sprawling for miles on multiple levels. Exactly who and what is in there and what is done, I can't tell you. I'm not on the inside. I know it's there. The construction of it was started in about something like 1947, 1949 by the United States military's underground plant program, um, which continues to the present day. Uh, that's vast. The one at Camp David in the mountains of Maryland is another one that runs for miles on multiple levels beneath the countryside. There are many of these. Um, what's below Washington, D.C., let me tell you, it's an anthill. Multiple levels. My research suggests going down at least to 3,500 feet to a huge, um, deeply buried, highly secure, technologically sophisticated command and control center that way back in the last part of the John F. Kennedy presidential administration and then carried over into the Lyndon Baines Johnson administration in 63 and 64, that it's called the DUCC, Deep Underground Command Center. And everything I've seen suggests it was built, it's big, it's deep, it has many levels, uh, and it's like Alice in Wonderland. One of my personal friends um, was taken there for reasons she doesn't understand by the Secret Service back in the 1960s. And she has no idea. It goes from the West Wing of the White House. There's an elevator that goes straight down, way down. When she was taken in, she felt she went down at least 16 levels, but she doesn't know the distance between each level. I mean, it could be 100 feet between each level, or 200 feet, or 1,000 feet. Um, who knows? She went way, 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 way down, and it was bizarre. When you go to Washington, D.C., and you drive around town and you think, well, this is the nation's capital, you're only seeing part of what is there. There is secret, super secret activities taking taking place deep underground beneath your feet. We are not taught about it in school. None of it. The funding, the construction, the programs, none of it. Donald Trump is tearing down and will rebuild the so-called East Wing of the White House. But if you actually read when he talks about it having 9,000 square feet, there is not room for a 9,000 square foot building in that piece of small real estate. Ergo, a lot of it's going to be underground. To do what?
My goodness. Yeah, to do what? That's the main question now.
We don't know.
We don't know.
It's all there is no oversight. You know, in school we talked about the Constitution, the division of powers, uh, Congress passing bills to fund the government. None of it works like that. None of it. The president is commander in chief. Donald Trump has never been in the military. He doesn't know how the military works. He doesn't know how war works or combat works or um, military supply line. He's clueless. Clueless. So who's running the show? That was your question. Ultimately, it's a satanic undertaking. 33rd degree masonry comes up again and again. Also, what I've called the 322 faction. 322 as in the, well, Skull and Bones, the 322 chapter. Skull and Bones at Yale University, which is very much for almost 2 centuries tied into the national power structure, politics, high finance, um, the big corporations, Fortune 500, diplomacy, etc. So you have that faction. We've recently had 2 presidents, 322 presidents, actually 3. Both of the Bushes came through the 322 Skull and Bones chapter at Yale University. Not Donald Trump, Ronald Reagan. You know, when Ronald Reagan entered the United States Army back in the late 1930s, just before, the years before World War II, he came into the 322nd Cavalry. How many 322nd Cavalries are there? Only one. There's no 321st or 328th or 287th, 318th. No, he came in through the 322nd Cavalry. So there's another 322 man. And on the Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier's battle flag, right there on the battle flag, it says 322. And when the Ronald Reagan is operating and runs up its Ronald Reagan battle flag, it's the 322 battle flag. So we have the 322 faction in the United States, which is quite powerful, in addition to the 33rd Freemasonic faction, which is all over the place, including in Washington, D.C., for centuries. Now, there's also, it should be noticed that Turning Point USA, originally their headquarters in Washington, D.C., the street address was 322. I've written about this on my blog, and I've linked to a photo of Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and their close associates and friends standing around in front of the front stoop of their original headquarters. I think they have a larger one now. I don't know if they still retain the smaller one.
I see.
At 322, but that's part of the 322 power structure. It appears to be connected to Israel in that when Charlie Kirk started speaking and questioning Israeli policy, only a few months went by before he got fatally shot through the neck in front of everyone. So, and then there are other power structures. It's all shadowy. It's all satanic. It's all massively criminal. It's way out of control. Those who think they understand how the United States government works and the Pentagon work have no clue. It's a vast criminal undertaking with tentacles that extend undersea, underground, and a vast body of evidence suggests off-planet as well.
Well, Richard, I really appreciate your time here on the program. It seems like time has slipped on by here, and
We could talk for days.
Yes, we
We could talk for
could.
days.
I understand. I completely agree, and there's so much we did not discuss here, but I definitely want to invite you back on the program.
Yeah, we didn't even get into the National Committee on Tunneling Technology and the other companies like Bechtel and so forth that were involved with these. Bechtel is huge into all of this. It's sometimes called, I think, the the fourth branch of government or something like that.
Nonetheless, though, Richard, it was a honor and pleasure to have you finally join me here on the program. It's taken a long time, but life gets in the way, things happen. But Richard, before I let you go, plug anything you'd like, my friend.
Of course, my books, which I display links to at the bottom of my blog site, which is Richard Sauder, RichardSauder dot substack.com. RichardSauder.substack.com. And the books are, the first one was Underground Bases. What is the government trying to hide? And then I also have another one, the second one, Underwater and Underground Bases. And the third one is Hidden in Plain Sight, Beyond the X-Files. They've been literally underground bestsellers, quietly selling for years. They've sold thousands of copies over the years. And those for whom this is a new topic or a curious topic, I strongly encourage you to get my books and read them. They are sold by and printed by Adventures Unlimited Press, and also sold by Amazon.com. You go and look and you'll find them. Richard Sauder, Underwater and Underground Bases. Underground Bases, What is the Government Trying to Hide? And Hidden in Plain Sight, Beyond the X-Files. Let me tell you, flat out, what is called the United States government and the United States military are lying to you. They are arch liars. And if you want to get the truth, you're going to have to dig for it. Literally, you're going to have to dig deep. My books are a good place to start, and they will raise many more questions in your mind than they will answer, but they will certainly give you a lot of information with which to start.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Doctor. Really appreciate you for being here and joining us and sharing all this with us and shining a light into places most of us never knew even existed. So once again, Richard, thank you so much for being on the program. I'll see you on the other side, my friend.
Give you a lot of information with which to start.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Doctor. Really appreciate you for being here and joining us and sharing all this with us and shining a light into places most of us never knew even existed. So once again, Richard, thank you so much for being on the program. I'll see you on the other side, my friend.
Fantastic. Happy to be here.